Hello, trainers. Welcome to the European League Masters, the next step in the European League journey presented by Unity Clash. Here, 8 teams have earned the right to battle it out in our round robin format over 7 weeks to be crowned the first ever Masters champions. From veteran teams all the way to brand new squads, this is the best, and I mean the best, of grassroots Pokemon Unite in the EU region. My name is Lobo, and I am joined by the absolutely wonderful Bridget today. Bridget, how you doing today? You excited to watch some EU teams?
I am. I always enjoy my trips over to Europe in the Unite sense. So excited to see how all the grassroots teams are doing, especially, I know it's been, I guess, about a month post EUIC, but it was fun to kind of get to see some of these teams square up with the league teams of EU and of all the other regions. So it'll be a fun little check-in for me today to see how things are holding up.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, across all of grassroots EU, especially in Unite, it has just been popping off in every sense of the word. I think the EU region got a real hype. I mean, after the spectacle that was EUIC. I mean, some great runs and some great performances, and these teams have turned it up. But I believe we have ourselves to have a look at the standings. So I believe we have a graphic for the standings. Thank you so much. This is a very, very fun comp because we did have an undefeated team up until last week. Rework, Esport, Gear, and Core sitting pretty in that top spot, in the tied on win-losses. However, the points go to Rework, Esport, Gear. They finally suffered their first loss, Bridget, which was a massive, massive thing for them. We thought they were going to go undefeated the entire time. But however, Team Int, Los Duras, MTZ Esports, Italian Diff, Supernova, and Phantom Forest is the third and fourth places. Ooh, they're in danger as MTZ Esports, one win could put them above Los Duras as well. They're climbing those spots, but in that bottom seed, Phantom Forest and Supernova, they still have it to play for here, Bridget. What are you making of these standings so far?
I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. That 3 through 5, even kind of 6th position when you're looking at points, it is way closer than it may appear. Obviously, our top 2 have kind of ran away in terms of those point differentials, but the games today could really shake up that middle part of the standings. So excited to see what matchups we have in store for us.
Absolutely. I'm super excited to see it. We've got our schedule for today. Los Duros and Phantom Forces. We saw Phantom Force sitting in that bottom spot. They have it all to do against Los Duros, a very strong team, a very creative team as well. They want to keep their momentum going. Game number 2, Int versus Supernova. And the 2 top seeds are going to be looking to stay in those spots as MTZ Esports and Italian Diff look to try and climb. Because, Bridget, tomorrow is the group stages, so a lot of the matches are going to be very, very important in determining seeding going into those group stages coming up tomorrow.
Exactly. So not a lot of time, not a lot of places to run because, like you said, those group stages are tomorrow. So this was kind of the last-ditch effort to maybe increase those seedings a bit, maybe switch up the groups a bit before we get into these group games tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're going to have a look at the EULM groups that are going to come up tomorrow right here. As well, the eSport teams, obviously, you have to split them up, Bridget. They're the 2 top teams. You can't have them in the same group. But you want to take us through the teams in Group A and Group B and give me your sense on how you think these are going to go.
I mean, they are currently ranked in their seating order, I believe. I don't have a photographic memory. I don't remember. But obviously expecting big things out of both the Rework teams who have just been doing a great job in the league, and even didn't make it to day 2, I believe, in EUIC, and I can't remember which Rework team it was, but one of them took a game off Extinction. Actually, I think they took the set off Extinction, which I wish I had gotten to see that set. I think it was off stream, so Big shout out to whichever rework team that was. I just kind of give you both credit. So you both get rewarded for this, but definitely expecting a lot out of them. But honestly, that kind of like second place of both these teams is a bit more up in the air for me.
Yeah, of course. It's going to be so fun to watch these teams go up against each other. I think the two rework teams went up against each other recently, and trying to cast both those games by not getting those names wrong is a task, I'll tell you, absolutely. But our first game, you can see, is going to be Lost Duros and Fan Force. Just have to point out, as well as all of those seedings are tentative, and they can change as well after today's matches. So a lot on the line when it comes to seeding, but Lost Duros versus Phantom Forest, 3-3, the winning record for Los Duros. Breaking it even are they here, Bridget. But one of my favorite teams, I got to meet them in person at EUIC. They're an absolute pleasure to watch, and they're just wonderful humans. Louise and Oscar, Danny, Alba, Noah, and No Way. These guys have been playing together for a long time. Top 8 EUL, top 8 UCS, a lot of experience on the board, and they're just a fun team to watch.
Yeah, obviously super impressed with them and their run at EUIC. It's definitely like the names of it all that doesn't help me, and I get confused, but I keep thinking they're in the official UCS league. I keep forgetting they're not. So really excited to get to see them play up first today. Gonna get a look at their match history throughout the league as well. So honestly, obviously been a little back and forth, but they did get a win in this most recent round. So having a bit of momentum. Obviously, they are the higher seeded team in this matchup. So I'm sure they're hoping to get another win and maybe get some more points, more momentum in the standings.
Yeah, look, we have a bit of history with these two. Los Duros defeated Phantom DJC in the mid-series, able to win in the losers quarterfinal. So there's a lot of nice history coming through between these two teams. As we take a look at Phantom Forces, we got Ma, we got Paggy, we got Average Kara, we got Kaya, and we got Kekogami. A few names on that list to regular EU watchers. Paggy, Kekogami, you should know those names. Been very, very consistent in the EU region. Top 8 UCS as well. And, you know, also getting a top 16 at EUIC in 2024, Dikaya and Kekogami. So that's a nice little duo that we got to keep our eyes on in this one. We're going to take a look at their match history. Again, a little bit of a struggle with this team, but they are coming up. You know, they need to get something on the board here as well, you know, rounding out the bottom of our table. Yeah, but I mean, if there's anywhere else to do it, Bridget, it's here.
Yeah, I mean, nothing left to lose at this point. We are obviously in the beginning phases of a new balance patch, so it's kind of like it wasn't the biggest patch of all time, of course, but it does shake things up a bit. It's a little bit more of the Wild West, so there could be maybe some more unexpected things that obviously in a more developed meta could be easier to predict than how things are right now. So Phantom Forces definitely has some opportunity to shake things up.
Yeah, look, I mean, we always like the upsets here. I mean, obviously, one of the rework, I believe it was Core that was undefeated. It's so hard to tell between the two, but
they're the same to me.
When you get an upset, you love an upset as well, especially even in the official. We love the upsets coming through. There's a lot of math going on, and you know, I think when I was talking to Tano about just the math to calculate who could go through and who could go not, even in the official, is always so interesting to see. But you mentioned something real nice, which was the balance patch. We got, 3 updates to Pokemon Unite in a very short amount of time. We got the long range tactics part 1. We got the Moltres emergency nerf. 9 hours, Bridget. 9 hours is what it took for Moltres to get nerfed. I believe I saw a 300k game on it. Absolutely ridiculous. It is banned out at the moment, so it's still being on moratorium. And then we got long range tactics part 2. So I'm curious, not what you think will change the meta, but what's your favorite adjustment to the patch? I know mine, but I want to hear yours.
The most impactful, I think, is perhaps Dragonite, but I think the one I like the most is Chandelure got some buffs, right? I'm not making that up. Okay,
No, it did.
I love Chandelure. I think it's a really fun attacker Pokemon that's never really gotten like a huge chance to shine. I don't know if it will be very meta, but I love that mon. So selfishly, I love that change.
It's one of my favorite Gen 5 Pokemon. I think it's such a great Pokemon. We also got the buffs to Greninja and Cinderace as well. So we are seeing a lot of that being used. You mentioned the Dragonite Hyper Beam. I mean, and this is what I like the most. The nerfs to the Mega Pokemon.
Yes.
Mega Lucario finally got they're not escaping the nerf hammer anymore. So Mega Pokemon's still very strong, but now they just feel containable, Bridget.
Thank goodness. I mean, they've obviously been running this game, I mean, since the days of Mewtwo, but obviously once we got the 4 new additions, it's just been something teams have to address and deal with, whether that be banning it or playing it. Speaking of which, we are already getting into the ban phase of this first game, and no Megas being banned out, which may be the case from here on out, but Umbreon, Cinderace, Mew, and Zapdos getting those bans so far.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way that Phantom Force is going to let Danny anywhere near that Mew after what we saw her pull off at EUIC and all throughout these grassroots tournaments as well. She's a menace on that thing, being able to secure. Again, Mega Charizard Y still in a very strong state because Seismic Slam, the normal Charizard Unite move, is so powerful as well. But the fact that its cooldown has been, its duration timer, its cooldown timer, as well as its movement speed in that Mega has been nerfed. So it's still very strong in its Mega, but also, I mean, you just don't want to play against it. Zapdos makes a lot of sense, and Psyduck, probably one of the strongest supporters right now, Bridget, but no way going to pick up a Blastoise.
Yeah, Blastoise still at large, obviously, with that very first pick for Lost Duros. So Phantom Force is going to get their double pick now. They're hovering the Surfetch'd, which is interesting. I really haven't seen much Surfetch'd in action, and it's going to be paired with that Venusaur. So the patch already having effect on both of those picks for them.
I mean, there's my winner for the patch right there. Is that Venusaur, because it's so strong. I don't think it needed it. Solar Beam was already a cannon. But also, I mean, Surfetch'd was also in a really strong position. It was the buffs to the opposite moveset. So I believe Leaf Blade. I need to double check that as well. But it is a very, very strong Pokemon. But it needs, I think, a supporter, and being able to activate those detects going to be very, very useful. Danny gonna go with the Inteleon, and that's also a dangerous Pokemon to give this long range attacker. But I mean, look at what they've got to support this Venusaur.
Yeah, 2 of those. What, Suicune a water type? It feels like a water type. I'm not sure.
It is.
Water dogs. Okay,
it looks
great.
like an ice type, but it's a pure water type.
Okay, good to know. I was clearly unsure, but maybe another mon that didn't quite need the buff, but definitely got one, is Suicune, who had fallen out of the meta quite a bit. Actually had a pretty bad sub 50% win rate, and it came to Unite API statistics, so Suicune didn't stay out of the mix for too long, but Duros gonna grab the Mega Gyarados, so at least one Mega on the map for today. And the Talonflame, which just kind of feels like an evergreen solid pick.
No, I agree with you 100%. Talonflame is in such a good place in the meta right now, especially for a Pokemon that hasn't been touched all that often, especially now with these attackers coming through. Inteleon and Miraidon were the most prominent attackers because they had that movement and the high damage output. But I mean, say it louder for the people in the back, Bridget. Suicune did not need any kind of rework. I've said it many times. You could have taken all of the damage that Suicune deals and just nerfed and made it 0, and that Pokemon would still make it through, considering how strong its crowd control ability is. Vaporeon needs a nerf. How it expects to escape the nerf hammer, I just do not know.
Yeah, Vapor is an interesting spot. It feels like it's more of a true tank now. That seems to be the moveset people are vying for in that flip turn, Muddy Water. But we'll see what exactly Phantom Forces wants to do with it here. Yeah, I mean, EV privilege, it's toned down a little bit. It's got a little. Leafeon isn't as prominent. We have that going for us, but Umbreon got its bug fixed. Still is on the ban board, but now it allegedly only steals 50% of your shield in the Unite move and not all of it, like I believe it was doing. So, love to see it. So EVs aren't, you know, what they once were, I suppose.
I've said it since adding evolution. It's really nerf evolution need. Make it look like.
Oh.
Level 5. Don't give it a level 4 Evo. Just give it one more level for it to stop terrorizing Thea Sky Ruins. We're going to head on into this game 1 of our first set. We got Talonflame and Sharkadette in those central areas, and that is a nice pairing in that top lane of Surfetch and Suicune. Oscar going to have a real problem in that lane if they can't get to that Magikarp quickly.
Yeah, always the struggle of the poor little Magikarp. You just have to kind of accept your fate into this duo, especially. I mean, Suicune with anything is pretty big of a threat, but it's gonna be that Fletchender actually who KOs its enemy bird. As we have a pause, I'm sure we're having some loading issues that hopefully can be resolved relatively quickly, and we can get back into the game before there's any.
I mean, is it Pokemon Unite if we don't have, at least at the very start, a little bit of an issue, some stabilize in our system? I think it was Oscar. We did see the Magikarp just splashing up against the wall, and you know, fair play to Phantom Forces. They didn't go and get the KO straight away because they've just left Oscar there. So that's a little bit of nice. I think that's what's it called? That's fair play points coming out to the side of Phantom Forces, not getting a KO and not taking advantage of a situation that, you know, we have to deal with. But give me your thoughts on the comps on paper here, Bridget. I always ask Tano this. I always put him on the spot, and now you're in that hot seat. On paper, no, I do my best. on paper, where are you looking? Where do you see the stronger comp on either of these sides?
Well, like, especially for early game, I feel like Phantom Forces just has, like, the advantage here. Listers has to get their Blastoise online, has to get their Gyarados online, has to get their Inteleon online, has to get their Dumbledore. Like, there's a lot of people trying to get online.
So just their whole team. Just their whole team except Hooper.
So, obviously, they're coming in hot with that big KO as we resume this scuffle on the Tier 1 Phantom Forces. Oscar looks like they're maybe able to escape as they're abandoned by the Suicune, so Phantom Forces can make a push on this Tier number 1, trying to get some value, but it's going to be Hoopa actually that gets a KO. Another one goes back to the Suicune, so not the worst trade in the world. Phantom Forces able to get some momentum there.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. Maybe they just thought Magikarp not a problem, but wait till it gets to its Mega Form.
Yeah.
They just decided to get some pressure into that top lane, 23 to 42 straight away. And we talk about, you know, you were talking about on paper, it's a late game comp for the side of Lost Duros. I always speak about it when it comes to the central laners. Cerule Edge, one of the better options coming out of the central lane at level 5 and a Fletchender. So Oscar almost got that evolution here. The Whirlpool's going to try and stun it. The Leaf Link going in as well. Oscar's accepted their fate, and that is a fillet fish courtesy of Phantom Forces. No attention being shown to the Regidrago that's just going to walk down the map. On top side, we got KO on Louisian, and Phantom Forces looking nice for a team that's sitting at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, Suicune, I'm understanding the potential problem Suicune may be. I think they've already gotten 2 KOs so far up in that top path, even with the light bulb equipped. It's going to be Ceruledge from Phantom Forces as well, who grabs that Regidrago in that middle area. Looks like they want to pick up some KOs for their troubles, but Ceruledge has to back up. They will get the KO on the intel before they go.
Danny tried to get a boosted crit on to the Cerule Edge, but Gyarados can be sent back by the Hooper Highway. The Hyperspace hold is active for Hooper. Hyperspace Highway, they want to shut that down, do Phantom Forces, but Oscar has climbed the waterfall. They've gone from Redfish to Bluefish, and now they can start putting on some pressure, but turning the attention, Reggie Roulette has spawned Bridget. We got Registeel top side, which is going to be good for Los Duros, and Phantom Force is going to take a Regieleki off the pat, and of course, it's going to be a Solar Beam Venusaur. What else could it have been?
Right. When I was thinking about my team analysis, I was going to say I like the Phantom Forces comp quite a bit, but I'm worried about this Talonflame farming the Venusaur because of it being so far back from the rest of its team. Venusaur does have a good amount of HP and some self-sustain if they're Giga. I would imagine their Sludge Bomb since that got buffed as well, but Phantom Forces making a big dive on this tier 2. Nice snipe shots coming out from Inteleon, but they are going to be able to escape and pick up some of this jungle farm.
We got to mention that there is a whiff opportunity for the side of Cerule Edge with the Revenant Ren. Hit absolutely nothing and got punished by a snipe shot, but 115 to 222, about halfway through, and 100 points in the lead are Phantom Forces, having broken that tier 1. But Oscar's going to go Mega all by themselves, looking for the Venusaur. That was a nice eject from the Venusaur to get out of the way of Mega Gyarados, but the rest of Los Duros decided to come in and through. Louise going to pick up a KO. Endless Ice Spikes into the lunging leak. Nova Blast going to be paired with a Verdant Anger. Blastoise is online. Louise takes the sky. Talonflame hits its mark, takes out the Venusaur, as Blastoise has proven the OG water type is the best.
What a wild position to be taking this fight in, but Los Duros came prepared, got 2 KOs in that enemy jungle, even some points getting scored in there from that Talonflame and escaping with the KO on the duck. And I mean, this is what you're afraid of with this Los Duros comp, is this latter half of the game when they get online, when they have these devastating Unite moves. I mean, Phantom Forces definitely has some of their own as well, but Blastoise going to be using their Unite move. Doesn't seem to really get anyone too bad, does escape with the Hoopa portal, and doesn't really look like there's much other fighting to do.
Yeah, I mean, you say other fighting to do, but Oscar says, I will show you what other fighting there is left to do. Revenant Ren does get both members of Phantom Forest, which is that Mega Gyarados and the Blastoise, but Mega Gyarados, it still has such good movement here, does it, Bridget? It's just able to hunt down and chase, and Danny is landing these snipes from downtown. Bye-bye to Suicune. 2 KO streak for Oscar. That pair is Schmoovin and Groovin. Louisin is not going to let this Venusaur rest, and you mentioned Giga before. That was a Giga Drain that I just saw.
Oh, it is?
It was a Giga Drain. And, you know, Bridget, ever since they brought in the one move Unites, the one move pick, maybe that's a mistake because they haven't changed it. Who knows?
I forgot about, gosh, a lot's been going on with this game I have forgotten about, such as the move selection. That is a little stinky, but we have a huge fight going on here where Phantom Force is able to pop off quite a bit. It was looking a little scary. They did have a numbers advantage though, and once the Unite moves were popped, they were able to clear out Los Duros and get this Regieleki walking towards the Duros tier 2. Phantom Force is doing a great job on the macro of this game, breaking those tier 1s, making sure Hoopa doesn't really have a safe place to put those portals. Looks like maybe an accidental Hoopa Unite move in the home base. I've been there. Bad feeling, but maybe a quick escape for some allies, perhaps.
Yeah, look, Hooper got sent back. Louisin comes in to try and get Danny, but Danny does go down to the Cerule deep into the enemy team's blocked zone. Hooper is back. There's a big fight going on, and then that Regieleki is so close, but no way. Just decided to push it in. Didn't want to give the extra, I want 6th man. That Phantom Force is gone, but the KOs are coming through. This is past the 3-minute mark here, but Oscar has decided to go Mega as well. The ejector cross. Venusaur could get away. So Fetch finds Blastoise, unable to get back to the hyperspace hole. So much action going on, but with all of that, I mean, Phantom Forces have taken the lead substantially so away from Los Duros, but Los Duros finding important KOs here, Bridget.
Yeah, the point situation is looking rough for Los Duros. Phantom Forces has just done such a good job controlling this map. They even still have their tier 1 up on the bottom side if they need that to retreat to. And No Way is in kind of deep, obviously unknowingly kind of surrounded by the tanks from the side of Phantom Forces. And it's gonna be Blastoise who catches that Vaporeon and gets the KO off rip.
I mean, that is fantastic. I mean, what does my friend Tana says? When there's a Kyogre, the game is not over. They are going in to this area. Louise looking for the Venusaur. Snipe combination with the fly. Manages to take out. That's 2 KOs coming up from the side of Lost Duros. Snipe hits Surfetch as well. Going for the Lungy Leak Overblast into the explosion. Popping the Azure Spyfish with the High Typhoon into the Rings Unbound. Coming out as well. Oscar has saved. They've got back that Mega. Gonna try to take out the Suicune, but the healing from the Vaporeon is keeping them alive. But Louisa takes to the skies and manages to find a KO on Suicune, and Los Duros are cleaning house. That is a 4 down members for Phantom Forces, but there's a tricky Venusaur that could Solar Beam and take the momentum away. Rufus found them as Average wants to try and pick up an absolutely extraordinary spike. Nice eject button to no avail here, Bridget.
Yeah, really good job prioritizing getting that Mon out of the pit. Obviously did leave some time for more Phantom Forces members to get a little close, but Duros able to secure that Kyogre. They need these dunks in now. There's still 40 seconds left. They have the time. They have the shields, and Phantom Forces is trying to defend on this tier 1. Does KO that Inteleon. Duros has the lead only by a bit of a margin, but I think it's going to be in the bag for Duros at this point.
Yeah, they did manage to pick up a KO on Danny back, but Ceruledge could go with a 50, but this is still anyone's ballgame. 150 points does win it. I don't think Ceruledge has that in its pocket, only able to score 64, but an incredibly close and very competitive first game coming out from both of these teams. 3, 2, 1, we count it down, and another 100 is going to secure that. Game 1 for Los Duros. Wow, Bridget, EU, they're starting the weekend off hot.
Yeah, that was way crazier than I kind of expected it to be. I have to shout out the Surfetch too. That thing looked crazy. It, like, I think got like 4 members of Duros in their Unite move, and luckily all those members of Duros had their Unite moves to kind of counter it with, but if not, that could have been really bad for them. I feel like Phantom Forces had all of the pieces, but Vaporeon, your healer, getting out of the mix that early in the fight, and then Venusaur not really having, like, Venusaur didn't really have a buddy to keep them safe, which I was worried about, and then we're kind of the next to fall in that Kyogre fight. Talonflame just looking so clean. 10 KOs for the bird.
I mean, Louisan is known for their Talonflame and their speeds to play. So, I mean, the minute you pick up a Venusaur, you're always in a threat of being KO'd. I mean, Paggy was doing a brilliant job keeping Danny at bay, just not letting any snipes go through. But we saw a beautiful combination play. You know, you mentioned it, No Way picking out Kekugami on that Vaporeon, getting the Surf, and then the combination with Danny and Louisan to pick up the KO. That's a massive KO at the start of that fight. We did see a skirmish go on before the Kyogre fight. Albanoa and Oscar using their Unite moves. Albanoa, I mean, unfortunately, when they put the Rings Unbound, they got sent back home and they couldn't teleport through the Rings Unbound. It's just something weird with Hooper going on there. But they managed to farm it up, and I think Los Duros did a brilliant job of slow playing the start of that Kyogre fight. No Way had a brilliant position for them to come through. And again, I think that has to be the pick of the Unite moves in that fight was lose Lunging Leak Nova Blast on the Surf Edge, catching 3 members. And if that had gone off, I mean, if they hadn't had their Unite moves to come through with that, I think that's a different ball game entirely for the side of Phantom Forces.
Yeah, big agree. Like, I mean, honestly, like, the scoreboard is pretty close and was, I feel like, even a lot closer than I think they maybe even realized. Phantom Forces just had such a big point lead. They were really doing such a good job prioritizing that, and man, if they had just been able to group up a little bit better even, or maybe even able to coordinate a little more in that defense, I feel like they still could have even turned it around post Kyogre steal. So honestly, just a few little details. I think like otherwise they were, I feel like, running that game up until that 2-minute mark.
Yeah, look, it's interesting to see how, you know, as much changes as they make throughout the entire game, how much of that game does come down to that final objective. You know, you get KO'd. A lot of Phantom Forces were still up at the time they got KO'd, but then they were able to stall that in with the Venusaur just going in, showing face, because just the threat of a Solar Beam coming through, or even on the other side, a Snipe Shot, or even a Charge Beam from these attackers coming through, the threat of it being there is enough for a team to stop ripping. And a good team will stop ripping if they isolate the threat. They managed to KO the Venusaur. They had a few members up, but then once it's secured, it's secured. And Kyogre, not as big of a buff as Groudon. You know, it does give you more healing. It gives you extra shields. Groudon was a pure, straight, powerful buff, which is why I think a lot of these players do like Kyogre better, because there's more time to actually mount a comeback after that 2-minute mark. So again, we'll see how it goes. But what do you think either team needs to do? Do you want to see a change up in the comp? Was there a Pokemon that wasn't working on either of those comps for you that you think, or do we just run it back?
I mean, I definitely see a world where this is ran back. I feel like we'll maybe see some different bans, which will maybe force some new mons in the draft phase, but I'm not sure. I mean, I obviously really liked the Phantom Force comp. I really liked the Surfetched, and I feel like the Blastoise was another standout from Los Duros's end. I could definitely see that one maybe potentially getting banned out, but so far in this ban phase, it is identical to that game number 1. So nothing new from either team so far, and we'll see if Phantom Forces wants to keep it that way, but no. Talonflame, finally, something new. Another bird to the ban list.
I mean, they just don't like flying types in Pokemon Unite. I don't want to tell you anymore. But
fair enough.
Taking the Talonflame away from Louisen is a great shout. He's a very, very good Talonflame. He's just able to get those movements and the accuracy when he comes landing back down with that fly. No, we're going to stick with the Blastoise. Now, I'm curious here because we saw Paggy playing the Ceruledge in game number 1. Louisen, also a very good Ceruledge. So can Louisen sneak the Ceruledge away? This is always the interesting thing about where Pokemon go in that ban slot here, Bridget. I mean, it's always something fun that we like to talk about as casters. But I mean, with the latest patches, nerfs, and whatever, some of that's just been thrown completely out the window.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I'll be curious because I feel like having the Speedster, especially into that Venusaur, was pretty clutch for Los Duros, so I could see them maybe leaning in to another Speedster, but actually we're going to see them grab the Psyduck this time around instead of the Hoopa. I mean, Psyduck is on the board, so definitely don't blame them for gravitating that way, and I feel like, gosh, the double like CC out of a Blastoise and a Psyduck is just pretty nasty. Yep. So a great core there already.
No, I agree with you. And they have gone with the option that we need to build a bigger wall in front of our Venusaur.
No.
They've taken away the option to fly over the wall. So Los Duros's only shout here is to go straight through the wall. And what better Pokemon to go straight through the wall that is Suicune and Mamoswine here, Bridget, than the beautiful Ceruledge and the Mega Gyarados. They just make nothing of walls. I mean, Ceruledge just Phantom Forces straight through the wall. So that's going to be interesting to see. I thought we were going to get a Slowbro because, I mean, Slowbro's still, I think, a top-notch defender with probably one of the best Unite moves still in the game, that Slow Beam. But Mamoswine is so prominent in this meta right now, and we should be worried because Paggy is very, very good on a Greninja.
Okay, let's go. I want to see new Greninja in action. I like this pivot from Phantom Forces because, gosh, there's a lot of bulk on both sides, but Phantom Forces is opting for a double attacker style composition, which I always am a little nervous when I see, just because we see so much double all-arounder. It's just not as even double Speedster way more often than we see the double attacker. So excited to see this combination. Obviously, two very different styles of attacking. We're going to get that huge long-range solar beam, I would imagine, from the Venusaur once again, in comparison to that much more like mid to close range of those Greninja. Greninja's an odd one. I guess I would classify him as an ADC, even though like
he's
kind of not really.
He's one of those pseudo speedster type
Yeah.
Pokemon, because I wouldn't even classify Ceruledge as an all-rounder. It would almost, because the way Ceruledge moves and the damage that it's able to output, I would almost classify as a pseudo speedster as well. This is gonna be interesting because they've gone with Venusaur again. We saw Giga Drain on that Venusaur in game number 1. Now we need to find out if that was actually a mistake that they didn't pick their moves in at the starting screen. Sludge Bomb here could be absolutely massive to really stop and slow and put that extra damage on a very, very aggressive comp coming out from the side of Los Duros. Also very helpful to deal damage so that Greninja and Sirfetch'd can finish them off. It's going to be interesting. A little bit more crowd control from both teams. And once again, Bridget, I'm going to put you on the spot. Based on the comp, where are you putting it at?
Oh, it's so tough. It's so tough. I mean, we saw Duros really cook in this endgame with a pretty similar comp to what they have now, so I definitely believe in the endgame Unite moves of the Blastoise, Mega Gyarados, even the Psyduck and Teleon combo. It's just pretty nasty stuff, so I'm gonna go give Duros the upper hand this time around.
Oh, here we go. Bridget has said it. Duros this time around. But this is another indication of central laners coming out at different levels. Ceruledge able to do a lot more damage, but Frogadier, no slouch as well. As you see, Paggy just able to nicely steal away as much farm as they possibly do. The double team's going to come through. Altares are here. Suicune's going to ward everybody off, and that's going to go majority to the side of Phantom Forces. On this side, we've got a ranged and defender battle all through. Well, I was about to say all 3 counter starters, but then double ain't a counter starter, so I'm gonna just leave it
so
there,
close.
Bridget. But yeah, I was so close here. But as we go, still donut stores for both teams.
Yeah, interesting. No dunks have gone in just yet, but we do have Gyarados already online. That's a pretty quick Gyarados for the side of Los Duros. Finally have some points raining in from Phantom Forces up in this top path. Oscar are going to hold on to theirs. They do have pretty full pockets into those freezes and stuns out of Suicune. I don't blame them for not even going for it.
Yeah, look, I thought Oscar letting Sirfetch'd get away and get that evolution might have been a little bit of a mistake. This is not a mistake, though. Is Louisen's dive in? The Bubble Beam is going to do extra damage to Paggy. They're going to have to use their, the double team to get on out. So they go in. The burn's going to come in from Ceruledge. Dives into that Phantom Force and just has to back off. In the bottom side, though, we've got a KO on that poor Ivysaur.
Oh, poor Ivysaur. I just look at all these Pokemon so differently now that they're in my Pokopia Island. I have way more feelings for them. Let the guy just nap. Sirfetch'd getting a KO up in this top path. Looking like Phantom Force is making a really strong push up here after I was feeling like Los Duros had a pretty good hold on that early game, but this push from Phantom Forces is going to get them right back on track, especially getting the KO on that Gyarados, getting some points and some stacks as well for Phantom Forces.
Yeah, look, it's a really problematic combination that they've got going on in that top path. Greninja just able to stay at range with the Water Shuriken. Suicune able to really slow them down, and Sirfetch'd can hunt down anything else, because that damage coming out from that Water Shuriken here, Bridget, is kind of nuts. Regiroulette, however, Regieleki top side, Regi Ice bottom side, and Forces going to have a 6th member walking into tier 2. So far, once again, early game going to the side of Phantom Forces.
Yeah, that is a really fast rip from the Surface Greninja on that top side. Aleki Duros able to get the Reg Ice residing in the bottom path. They're looking like they want to push it a little bit, but Phantom Forces has 3 of their members down there, and they have 2 of their members up top pushing with this Reggie Aleki. It's looking like it may be fruitful for them. It does go in, and now they'll be able to get some points in. Louisen coming here for the defense, hoping to at least punish them for putting these points in.
Yeah, look, Louise is going to chase down Paggy on that Greninja. Can they get the KO? The double team is going to be so good on Greninja, but they've got a Suicune as well. Paggy dangerously low. Louisa does find the KO, but is countered with a revenge KO of their own from Phantom Forces coming courtesy of the Suicune. Still donut store here for Lost Duros. Not able to get any points in. The Talonflame ban is looking inspired, Bridget.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in that game number 1. Phantom Forces really put the pressure on in terms of that scoreboard. And yeah, maybe it was Talonflame who was doing all the scoring beforehand, but in this bottom path, it's looking like Los Duros may want to make a push, but maybe they just want to steal the farm. Danny popping that Inteleon Unite move. Surfetched hits it right back. And what is Surfetched? I didn't know he could do that.
It's called the Lunging Leak and Nova Blast, and they're going to pair it with the Burn and Anger alongside the Hydro Typhoon. The beams from downtown are hitting their mark, and Paggy is just able to put the pressure on with these Water Shurikens. They're going to use the Water Burst Shuriken right there to back everybody else as well. And Phantom Forces are cooking now without anybody to target that Venusaur right now, Bridget. It is just putting and raining damage onto the side of Lost Duros.
This is bananas. I mean, Phantom Forces is just looking so clean. The Surf Edge hitting level 12, highest level in the game. Venusaur a bit behind on the side of Phantom Forces, but when you got the other two guys already eating up that XP and doing a lot with it, you're kind of okay with it. There's still a lot of game left. Regieleki getting flipped, basically, but Duros will be able to get a KO on that Suicune. Looking at another on the Mamoswine, I think they're going to be able to pull it off, and I think this Regieleki is as good as in.
Yeah, finally getting some points on the board. Verdant Anger was able to get the secure, but they're not getting the points in because Oscar's got 40 points, but they're not going to be able to do it. Water Burst Shuriken's going to come in. Oscar not even able to go into their Mega Form, but the base does break. Full power Sai is going to come out from the side of Albanoa, but it is not enough. Danny hits a snipe and takes away the pressure that Paggy was putting on, but Phantom Forces defend that very, very well. Pick up some KOs of their own. Finally, Los Duros got some momentum with some points on the board.
Yeah, very much needed from Duros. Had a good beginning, middle of that fight. But man, Phantom Forces just make sure that they are cleaning up. Like, it just feels like they've gotten value at every point in this game so far. But the Kyogre is imminent, and at least from the previous set, Duros looked pretty solid in what they wanted to do in that end game. So I hope Phantom Forces has a clear vision and a clear plan, but Suicune gonna try to save that bird, but it's not enough. Surfetch falls, and they have to at least get a little bit further back on the map.
I mean, final stretch, that first Surfetch went down at the 255 mark, so giving back a lot of experience to the side of Louisian, who's now hit level 13 alongside Danny. No way he's going to try and push the Mamoswine away into the snipe shots of Danny, and they're trying to pick up some damage. No way still being at level 10. Okay, if they go down here, that's not what you want from your Blastoise, who has to range their way back. 20 seconds left to go, 88 to 300. A Regirock is not a bad option here going into that Kyogre fight, and Bridget, it was a Giga Drain. Ain't no accident on that move choice.
Yeah, I do see the vision. Giga Drain is just so strong. You already have a lot of CC and other members of your team. And when you're going into brawlers, being able to kind of like slurp up that HP is pretty nice, pretty helpful for a guy like Venusaur. But looks like we're already going to have a bit of a poke battle going on between these two snipers. Also, Gyarados pushing in pretty far on that top path. I think they really want the smoke from that Surfetch, but man, the Phantom Forces team is getting chunked out by these Inteleon snipes.
I mean, they're massive. We always say respect the 1v1. Oscar has the GPS has taken him the wrong way with that Dragon Current. There goes the Logic Leak Nova Blast into the Endless Ice Spikes coming down. Two members, including the Blastoise and Inteleon down. Oscar has gone into that Mega, but gets frozen in place by the combination with the Suicune. Groudon, not happy, going to put some fire on the board for the side of Phantom Forces. But Louisian still has access to the weapon. They're going to use it, and they get a beautiful secure and take the crowd off. Can Louisian clean up now? Nope. Average says nope. The verdant angle, so the beam is going to put you in your place, but I mean, Phantom Force is in a good place right now. Norway going to get a quick double cap in, taking the scores to half with 45 seconds left to go. They got to go, and they got to go now.
Oh, my glob, I definitely screamed. I'm so sorry. I could not believe I saw the Sarah had their Unite move still. But Phantom Forces has been able to hold on to this lead, not letting any dunks in. Obviously, there were a lot of members down on the side of Los Duros for them to not get those Groudon shields. And as you can see, I do not think any members of Los Duros have those shields, but they are still going to try to push on this tier 1. It is not looking good for them, perhaps. As soon as I started the sentence, how I felt about the sentence changed. So I still don't think it was quite enough to surmount the lead, but I guess we'll find out.
I mean, it was 58 points
Oh,
in. They brought it close. They
fine.
needed probably another 15 more seconds there. I guess the timer is your worst enemy in this.
Yeah,
It's not
oh
ping,
my
it's not
gosh.
random teammates, not the patches, it's the timer. But a brilliant turnaround coming from Phantom Forces in that one. Give me your thoughts, because Lou hit another brilliant, and I mean brilliant, lunging Leak Nova Blast to really take out a few members of Los Duros, but Louisian coming in with steel, Bridget. And these two teams, they're popping off here.
Yeah, I don't know what the secure communications were like in the Phantom Forces group call, but it stressed me out, and I have no stake. It's not my game. That was horrifying. I mean, there were a lot of members that still. I know Greninja still had their Unite move left. Obviously, Louisian on Los Duros still had their Unite move left. I feel like someone else did as well. I just feel like with like the Greninja Unite move and the Venusaur Solar Beam, that tick damage is just like not quite as reliable as a Saraledge Unite move that can really like burst something down. Really amazing job from Louisian, but obviously have to give a big shout out to Poggy on that Greninja hitting 100k damage. I mean, I'm sorry, I doubted you. It looked nasty. I loved it. I don't know if that's like the secure move for Greninja. I guess sometimes they do it. I don't know.
You know what's crazy about all of that? He dealt 100k damage and only took 38. Greninja, who's usually in there trying to get those executive hits, managing to only do 38k damage in all of that was insane. Danny was a big threat on those snipes. You pointed out the snipe battle going on between Venusaur and Inteleon. I think Inteleon still has the range over Venusaur, but Danny was hitting anything that moved in that one. I would be curious to hear Oscar. We saw him pop the Dragon Current. It went off to the right when the rest of everybody was at the left. So he did kind of get the GPS all wrong there, but then by the time he came all the way back with that Mega Gyarados, 2 members were already down. I mean, Lou had managed to take out, I believe it was Danny and Noe on the Blastoise. So not stacking those Unite moves was, I think, big for the side of Los Duros. So we'll see what's going on, because Oscar was also the first one to disconnect in game 1. I don't know if there are more connection issues going on or if there's some lag going on. I don't know. But that's not to take away the performance at all from Phantom Forces. They put up a brilliant game, almost 400 unanswered points even before Los Duros got their first points in. But to bring it back, our first set of the night, Bridget, it's going to go to a game 3. Oh boy, if this is how the rest of the night is going to turn out, we are in for a busy one.
I know. I think the last time I did this league, they were all 2-0s. So I don't want to say I'm bringing the 3-0s this time, but perhaps that may be what is in store as we start our game number 3 of this first set. We are going to see that Surfetch is finally getting banned out, which I agree. I've been appalled by that guy on this map. So I respect that choice very much. So I think otherwise pretty similar to the last round where Talonflame will once again remain on that ban list, freeing up someone else, but I can't keep track of who it is at this point, and Los Duros gonna stick with the Blastoise first pick.
Yeah, look, that's 2 target bans coming out right now. I mean, Mew is already an incredibly strong ranged attacker, but we know that is a specialty of Danny, so they're not going to let her have that, and they're not going to let her have that easy. I wouldn't mind seeing Danny take the Venusaur away, but Lou, with the Surfetch banned out, is going to take the Mega Gyarados. Kai is still going to take the Suicune. So I like this. Respect bans on both sides instead of just meta bans. When was the last time we saw that?
It's a breath of fresh air now that, like, you don't have to ban, like, 17 different Mega Pokemon, but Los Duros switching up that support role once again, which I kind of, like, love to see. Gonna go with the Blissey for this game 3, and gonna grab the Blaziken, which I'm kind of interested to see how it works in this day and age of things, and wow, Phantom Forces really just stealing their whole flow at this point, grabbing the Inteleon now too.
Yeah, it's interesting here. The double duo has been taken by Phantom Forces. I would be interested to see if Danny decides to pick up the Venusaur as a counter, but she's hovering over that Galarian Rapidash, which I love to see.
Do it.
Louisian is very much known for being a good Mimikyu player, and we are seeing the Sparkling Unicorn come to play. Now, this is a very interesting switch coming off because Danny is mostly known for playing ranged attackers here. So, I mean, we've seen her on Inteleon, we've seen her on Miraidon, we've seen her on Raichu, and we've seen her on Mew. And even earlier this week, she did play the Cramorant, which also got a buff, which I'd love to see. Are you going to go over to the Cinderace this time around? Stay at range because, I mean, a lot of Pokemon on the side of Los Duros can chase you down and hunt you down.
Yeah, I feel like the Cinder makes more sense to me than like a Greninja into something like a Galarian Rapidash, but I don't know what it is. I would not say I'm a speedster all-rounder player whatsoever, but Galarian that is my girl. I love that is like the one speedster. I don't know what it is. I just think the girlies get Galarian Rapidash, so Danny playing it makes sense to me. I respect it. And I just think it's such a fun mon. Also hasn't really had its time to shine in competitive very much, but I love that it's kind of on the up and ups. I'm so excited to see ACL's meta next weekend for the finals, so I like to think I'll be seeing more horse, but that could be pure delusion.
I mean, I love seeing the difference between the two regions as well. I mean, even whenever I go over to NA and I watch the games over there and the grassroots stuff going on over there, it feels different compared to here, but not by much. And then whenever you see the Asia Leagues come through with their meta, you're just like, what is happening? We don't see any of these Pokemon in our region at all. But Galarian Rapidash, it did get reworked a little while ago. It was in a very good place. It was more of a niche. Really good aura. Kind of how Galarian Rapidash right now is going to be nice and fun to watch. It's going to be targeting that Inteleon, but Bridget, Slapshot not the only move on Inteleon right now. Liquidation has been doing bits.
True, we do have the Inteleon in someone else's hands for this game number 3, so could see a move switch up, especially with having that speedster just makes those short hit moves a bit harder, but honestly all of the all-rounders on the side of Los Duros have some pretty quick feet, I would say. So having a sure hit is just kind of nice. You eliminate the prediction part where they're moving and just have to get close enough, which is a different challenge for the Inteleon.
Oscar absolutely breaking ankles with those eject buttons, but there we've got the Mimikyu has come up. They're going to target the enemy team's central area. We are seeing, I believe it's the Shadow Claw coming out from the side of Louisian instead of Play Rough, just for those short hit moves coming through. They're going to try and take all of these Mil Altares away from Phantom Force, but it looks like something is going on.
So apologies, but I think we're good. Great job casting that because I couldn't see anything that was happening. So I was like, I'm glad he can see it. So sorry if there's a bit of lag, but in the meantime, Phantom Forces seems to have done a great cleanup job, but Blissey is still standing, going to be able to at least defend for a moment's notice, pick up that berry, and keep doing her thing.
Blissey gonna throw these hands at a Gyarados. She ain't afraid. Chuck an egg at it. That Gyarados is going back to Nurse Joy. I mean, it was fun casting that. It just stopped, it started, stopped, it started. That's what Pokemon Unite does most times. But Danny has got the evolution from Small Pony to Graceful Unicorn here. And seeing them all around is going to be great. But we have a KO on Oscar. So Cinderace, so strong right now with such good ability to displace other Pokemon with the Blaze Kick here, Bridget.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like it was kind of like faint all day for the Blaziken or Cinderace Firestarter. They're both in the game. I'm confused. But the bunny is who I'm talking about. Looking really, really strong in this game. Highest level in the game so far, and looking to keep it that way as these first objectives spawn in.
I mean, we're going for faster, strong. It is Liquidation going to come out from the Inteleon as well to keep track of Danny because of that short hit move. I am mistaken because of the lag. That is going to be a Play Rough coming out from the side of Lost Duros, but we're going to try and secure this red ice. It's going to go. Oh, I thought it was going to go. I don't know if that was just our cameras, but it looked like they held off just quickly because the Dragon Breath went in and then Cinderace attacked it. But Lost Duros not waiting till about the 5-minute mark to get any scores in. They're in, but Phantom Forces has got a few more.
Yeah, I feel like the Blaziken just like mistimed it down to like a sliver of health, which is tough, but it does indeed happen. Phantom Forces moving on, ripping the Regidrago, roaming around in the center of our map, heading down south to the bottom lane to the next Regi objective of this game. Mimikyu getting a KO on that Mega Gyarados. Looks like Phantom Forces is still going to try to push in, still wants to keep them as far back as possible, probably so this Cinderace can rip it down.
Look, I think Blaziken's going to try and get some scores in the turn. There's the Play Rough on to the Inteleon as well. The Play With Me is also going to come out onto the Vaporeon. Azure Spy Vision is dangerous. Bubble 07 is reporting for duty as Cinderace is going to try and rip some palm to get some health back, and Regieleki looks like it is going to go to the side of Phantom Forces, but oh, I thought the Blissey Egg could have made a difference.
You can never discount the Blissey Egg. She is stealing more objectives than it probably have ought to, but not this time around. Phantom Forces doing a great job, not only getting that Aleki secured, getting it in the goal zone, and now kind of like biding their time to get these points in, maybe doing some quick math, making sure it is optimal and they're not just kind of running it down.
I mean, a nice KO from Oscar, but this is rough for the side of Lost Duros because that combination play, you've got Suicune and Vaporeon. Vaporeon is playing Aqua Ring as well alongside, I believe it was Muddy Water, to make sure you get a stun, so it heals up any of their front line, their back line that is going to get hurt. Gyarados has been offlaning beautifully and just keeping Oscar's attention, keeping the paint secure from Lost Duros away, but then you've got to get past the Vaporeon and a Suicune. Oh, beautiful secure coming out from the Oscar with that Focus Blast, but then that just lets Aggie rip on the other side of Phantom Forces.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they're gonna rip it down for you, it's all good, but instead they want to throw hands. No one falling just yet, despite all those Unite moves coming down. Blastoise gets low, gets KO'd by that Mega Gyarados, and now Mega Gyarados is on a bit of a rampage at this 4-minute mark. They were looking like they may have wanted to go for that tier 2, but the rest of the team is kind of backed up quite a bit, but Gyarados stuck in that triangle.
I mean, struck in the Bermuda Triangle, as wheelcasters like to call it, but it's actually called Triad Blitz. I prefer Bermuda Triangle because that just sounds funner. But 107 to 227, 120 points between the two. I can still do quick math, Bridget. I'm getting better at it. But the combination play between the Cinderace, which is just an A-pressing Pokemon, and the Liquidations are really tearing the side of Los Duros apart. They're not the bulkiest comp that you have out here, but with that front line, Phantom Forces are just staying into these games. They decided to go with the play rough into the combination, come through. The Aquamarine Splash comes out from the Vaporeon. Blissey is going to be the one to try and secure this, but it is Mimikyu, but nobody is paying any attention to the Cinderace right now, who just shreds No Way down on that Blastoise.
Wow, yeah, I can kind of see the vision of what Los Duros is trying to do. You kind of talked about it when they were doing that push up top, which they just kind of let Phantom Forces rip it down and then try to sneak it at the last second and secure it from under their noses, because Duros has, I would say, pretty better secure than Phantom Forces. Phantom Forces just has so much burst that it can be hard to time, I guess, like how much damage they're going to do and when, but Duros not doing a bad job. But the main issue I see in this game is Phantom Forces is kind of winning out these fights pretty notably, so we'll see which will prevail as this Kyogre is about to spawn in.
What do we say? When there's a Kyogre, the game is never over. I hate saying that saying, but it's fun. It rolls
really
off the tongue. But 2 seconds left to go. Both tier 1s left up for the side of Phantom Forces. Oscar has found Gyarados, but they're going to get shredded by the Liquidation. They're going to play off any one of these pads that they have. There is the Surf going to isolate the Vaporeon, but I mean, it's got to be one of the hardest Pokemon to KO in this game. Nice patience from both teams. And it sounds like Los Duros have had enough of the patience. They're going to go for the rip. But there's always a blazing bicycle kick to try from Cinderace to rip that down.
Yeah, Blissey doing an amazing job healing up Los Duros, but they're getting pushed out of that central area because of all these Phantom Force Unite moves. Gyarados has gone Mega, but is taking so much damage. Blissey comes out, but it's not enough to save Blaziken, who finally gets KO'd, and we're having a solid 4v4 right now.
Yeah, 4v4, the Blaziken's going to reposition the Mimikyu into the blazing bicycle kick. Doesn't manage to find a KO. Mimikyu does go down due to the crowd control pressure. Danny is here, but she is being isolated by the two supports with the most crowd control. Blaziken is by themselves in the enemy team central area, but it does not matter. Cinderace doesn't stay alone for long, and Phantom Forces know they are in control. They don't need to take any risk. An 11 gonna go in from No Way. I mean, it brings the score close, but not close enough. The eject coming out from the Cinderace. They find the Citrus Berry. Cannot find the double KO. They cannot. And Cinderace and Suicune just get healed right back up. But look at how close these scores are right now, Bridget.
Danny with the huge dunk on that Rapidash. Kyogre also getting dangerously low. Phantom Forces has control of this pit, but Blissey gonna get the secure. That is nasty, but Los Duros is still down by about 20 points, and of course, Danny is at the goal zone with a 70 cap, perhaps winning them the game, depending on how this goal zone defense goes, and it looks like it's gonna come up Los Duros.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
We joked about it, Bridget. We joked about it. We never expected it to happen. We willed that into existence. I told you to
never discount the Blissey. I
have learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson. Big shout outs to Albanoa. Los Duros were struggling in those team fights. They brought it back. I like the mental tennis that they forced Phantom Forces to play in that game. We got the score from No Way. I even commented. I was like, 11 going in? Is that really necessary? But then we saw the score.
Kind of necessary.
Kind of necessary. And then we saw... I mean,
pretty close.
It started the mental warfare. I mean, Danny scored 215 points by herself.
Dude. She said, none of you guys are scoring enough. I will score. Give me the pony. I will dunk. We don't need Talonflame. We have G-Dash. That was crazy. It's diabolical. Like, we need to just give Phantom Forces, like, a different record. I'm like, can I campaign for that? They played so good in this set. It doesn't feel right, but Listerers did earn it. I am obsessed with all of them. That was incredible to see. I just like have to give Phantom Forces their flowers because man, that was such a good beginning to the day. Wow.
I mean, it's games like this that make, I mean, you know, whatever state Pokemon Unite is in, I mean, two positive balance badges. The competitive side of Pokemon Unite has always been absolutely phenomenal. These teams, these rosters. Again, we only saw one Mega, and all the Megas were available. Mega Charizard was available. The Mewtwo's were available. Mega Lucario was available. But it was the Mega Gyarados that came through. We're going to check out some of these highlights as well going through. And then, I mean, they were strong. I mean, you get the KO here, but then they come back and get some KOs of their own. Aggie on this Cinderace was so good, just weaving in, bopping in and out with the Blaze Kick, but beautiful secure there by Oscar.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing good on the secures for the first couple objectives here. We see a little fight going on in this post-Reggie fallout. And yeah, Poggy just raining in as much damage as they can. And then we finally have the Mega Gyarados online to really try to clean stuff up. Here we see that steal from Los Duros, the first of many. Sorry, I didn't see the arrows. I thought the Reggie Lucky hadn't been KO'd. I got confused.
I mean, what I really appreciate about Phantom Forces is even though they lost the objective down bottom and they lost the other objective to Oscar with the Blaziken, they still push the pressure because they know they have a team that can play aggressively in these fights. But then here we see the split up coming through. Three Unite moves having to be used to take out a Mega Gyarados. Is that overkill? Absolutely not, because it's Mega Gyarados.
Yeah, get that guy out of here.
Get that guy out of the way.
Yes.
We saw the Hydro Typhoon. We saw a Blazing Bicycle Kick as well, just to ward everybody off. And then it was the Blissey Albanoa. Take a bow. That was
just a big smack, man. That's awesome. Look at it. Egg smack.
Right in there. Right in there.
God.
We saw them throw hands with Lou in that top lane. And Blissey KOing a Gyarados with a boosted slap, which is obviously what we want to see. We live for the boost. I've always said it. Every time you look at Blissey's like little trainer card, it's that stare, Bridget. It's just that thousand yard stare.
The face of a criminal.
Is she coming for you with those eggs? But after that incredible game, guys, we're gonna have to take a quick break and bring you our next set. After that excitement, we gotta take a break. So grab yourselves a drink, grab yourselves a snack, and I promise you, me and Bridget will be right back. Welcome back, trainers. Bridget and I just had to go and take a little bit of a cool down because that first set was absolute heat. You see what I did there, Bridget? It's really simple.
It was great. Well. You did great. I'm so proud.
But we are going to charge things forward with our next game. It is going to be Supernova taking on Team Int. Now, Team Int got defeated by Supernova's old roster. However, Supernova went on an incredible run in the mid-seasonal tournament, defeating Rework Esport Core, Bridget. So they are a team in some good form. Why don't you take us through the players on this team right now?
They're gone. I simply cannot do that. They're gone. They're back. We have Bubbles, Teeps, a name I cannot pronounce, Sora, and Seasons, who's won a weekly.
Oh,
which
yeah,
I think is a very funny stat line.
I mean, hey, winning a weekly is a big thing in the grassroots. So
I've never won a weekly.
I don't think I've it in a weekly. I should do that eventually one day. But absolutely incredible stuff. But let's take a look at their run going through in the league. Not doing so too hot, only picking up a 1 victory over Core. However, they have been starting to pick it up as well. I mean, getting a win over any of the Rework Esport teams, Bridget, is massive in this competition.
Yeah, not like an easy team to win against by any means. Obviously won their game last time as well in that round number 6. So some notable dubs on the board for them. And honestly, after what I just witnessed, I feel like all of these teams are like a lot closer than what it may seem like, just according to like the stat lines and what have you. But on the other side, we do have Team Int. I'll read their names before they go away. Pancakes, Zika, DJ, Dwayne, and Kekogami, which is probably my favorite gamer tag I've seen. That's pretty funny.
I mean, Team Int is a fan favorite team here. We also are very, very big fans of Pancakes on this team. Such a great player, such a good personality as well. They are doing quite nicely. 2-1, 1-2, 2-0, 2-1, 0-2, and 2-1 again. Nice all-round record coming through, half and half. But they want to get some victories because, like we said, Bridget, every match counts towards the group seeding that could change as well heading on into tomorrow. So always a bit of fun between these two teams. And I like what you mentioned. I think people look at the results in Unite way too much and actually rather looking at the in-game. Because I think even in the official, like the UCS, even though the scores and the positions might be so different, how close the games have been across all of Pokemon Unite is crazy. Because it's only, you watch all 10 minutes of the game, you can see just how close these teams are together.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't tell the whole story, but here we go into our next set. We're going to see pretty similar bans as our first couple teams, but notably that Blastoise catching a ban real quick, which I think made it through every game last time. So like to see some priority there, but Zapdos, Umbreon, Surfetch'd, Megachar Y, and the Psyduck all up on the ban bench.
All very, very, I think, great bans. I like the fact that we're not seeing any Megas as well. It would make my day if we don't see any Megas get picked up at all. But Seasons is going to pick up the Crostle. Now, Crostle is such an interesting Pokemon because it has skyrocketed in popularity and pick rate and win rate just in the last couple months, considering that Pokemon was not on the board for a majority of last season here, Bridget. But Lissy, and you get to see your favorite girl once again.
Yes, I knew the horse would make a surgence at some point. I feel like I saw someone on Twitter say people were sleeping on the horse, so I'm glad we're seeing it pop up now. I thought the Crustle first pick was pretty interesting, especially like blindly. Maybe they just don't, like, they really want to lean into a Crustle comp for whatever reason, don't want to opt for any other tank, but some more familiar faces popping up for Team Int and that Ceruledge and even the Mamoswine.
I mean, the Ceruledge Mamoswine combo is quite popular here in EU, and they love playing Cerule Edge here. Crossel is so interesting to me because I think not only do you get the Rock Tomb, you get the X Scissor as well. But then you also have a chance with Rubble Rouser just dealing massive amounts of damage if you can get in a group situation. Pancakes loves his Greninja, which so we're going to see it right now. But I like this as well because the last two all-rounders Supernova picked are very good brawly all-rounders, which is exactly what you're going to need because Dwayne on any kind of defender is such a problem to deal with. And to be honest, Bridget, I think Mamoswine is probably my favorite defender that's currently in the meta. It starts off as a cute little Swinub and then grows those tusks and becomes a problem for every team to deal with.
I do love the Mamoswine, honestly, so I see the vision. I get why you love the guy. It makes sense to me. I'm really excited to see this Alcremie come out for Supernova. Feels like it's gotten more popular, especially, I mean, it's really popular in Eastern leagues, but I feel like it's been gaining in popularity for a lot of our Western regions as of late. That Alcremie dollop healing, I think due to its passive, it's able to heal through some of those anti-healing items, which is really interesting and makes it separates it kind of from the healing pack in that regard. So even though the dollops may be a little hard to aim, a little hard to see, they pack a big punch, so they are worth it.
I think it's great because, like you mentioned, dollops, and I'm good on every single time.
I think that's the official name.
It should be the name. You don't have to take it away. It's kind of delayed healing. Come back, pick up the dollops, and I can't stop saying that now. It's now in
that's the official name.
It's just in my vocabulary. But what I also love, it's Unite move, Fluffy Cream Supreme. Probably one of the most visually spectacular Unite moves. I say visually spectacular as we get a beautifully transcendent KO coming out from the Mew.
Yeah, we didn't get to see any Mew gaming in that last set. I feel like it was perma-banned, but maybe we're already seeing why. I mean, that early game prowess, especially with the coaching, E-Ball set is just so devastating, and that boosted auto. It's a lot of damage, especially in this first minute of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 11-4 already. The central laners have decided to go into the same lane. It's very rare that we see central laners go into different paths and just the two teams push two different lanes at this 850 mark, Bridget. But these Altarias, they get absolutely no love. They just want to take them and go. But it's going to be evenly shared out by both teams this time around.
Yeah, seem to go pretty evenly in that bot path up top. Team Int looked like they were starting to make a push. Got a little scared for that Sarah ledge there, but ultimately Team Int able to end up on top, getting a KO. Looking like pretty full pockets, at least from seeing from that Sarah ledge, and pretty even pockets down in the bot path, but Crustle getting the best of that Blissey and getting some dunks in now too.
I mean, I just love the Galarian Rapidash just prancing around the screen. It makes it so fun to watch. It hits differently than when you watch Dodrio prance around the screen as well. We do have an evolution from Gabite into Cerule. From Gible into Gabite. It doesn't evolve into Cerule. What am I talking about? Gets healed up as well as the pressure is coming from both sides, but a fairly even scoreline coming through from both teams here, Bridget.
Yeah, Zika may have been in a little deep, looking like they're gonna get KO'd. Luckily has that eject button. Probably it was their saving grace there if BlazCan is not able to catch up, and I don't think they will. Instead, gonna go down in this bottom path where Team Int is looking pretty good. Already has 100 points on the board. No goal zones broken just yet, but they have them pretty low with those amount of points in already. And they're able to prioritize this Regidrago. Got a little close with that Alcremie, who also pops their eject button, gets to escape, but Regidrago going to Team Int.
I mean, that's exactly what you need. They got the experience. They're going to try and get some points in. Crosswell doesn't care. They're going to score in the face of all the damage. It's like huge X-Scissor coming through. The Safeguard ain't going to protect you from the damage. Crosswell just flinging these claws at anything that moves. Assist him picking up pairs wherever you go. We thought 100 was enough points. but Supernova are going to bring it back. They have a 30. They're going to get the stacks, and they're going to try and get a nice big overcap. Bridget, I've just been informed by production here. After the Lost Duros win, I'm going to make sure I say this after the secure, and it's Blissey once again. After the Lost Duros win, Team Int need to win only one game. They need to win one game in this set and probably win the set as well to leapfrog Lost Duros from 4th position into 3rd position. And they look like they're on track to do that right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are with this big Cerulege Unite and the Bliss Assistance, a combo. I mean, they are looking to get this tier 2 out of the way, but Garchomp puts an end to that rather quickly with the help of Mew. But man, that Garchomp Unite was a pretty awesome, pretty devastating. Definitely put a stop to Team Int during that push.
I mean, don't wave a low HP bar in front of a Garchomp. He don't like it. He's going to get outrageous. That Unite was brilliant. But well, I love this from Sora. Does not care that there's a Greninja right in front of them. And just going to just pop those little AoEs around to make sure that it's not an easy time. 185 to 113. The safeguard is going to help you for a little bit, but not that much. As we have Bidefig is just going to try and score into the face. But going to go down for it as well. We're approaching the 5-minute mark. It's been a fun game, back and forth action for both teams.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting. Now we're going to see a bit of a fight break out in this Team Int side of the map. Multiple Unite news coming out. Supernova does not want to have to deal with them in their own side of the map, and they're going to be taking care of them pretty formidably. KOs across the board for all members of Team M. Definitely helping with those levels. We do still need to get the Mamoswine some points so they can actually be the Mamoswine, but the carry's looking really good. Greninja just ticking into that 12 too.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I mean, Mamoswine, Piloswine's still very, very strong.
Oh, yeah.
Even at that middle stage evolution. I mean, you still want to evolve further, but it has the ability to just stay in your face and not take damage. But with access to Ice Fang as well, that repositioning comes through. It's just extra stats you gain from the Mamoswine. But as we have a Regieleki marching down into that tier 2, it looks like Team Int want to push this. A big Solar Beam that's going to chunk a lot of damage away. Garchomp going to go into the Livid Outrage, avoided by Cerulege. Does manage to get the Revenant Red, but I think Garchomp just managed to avoid that. The rest of Supernova are here to try and hit this out. But Bridget, that was taken before the 4-minute mark, so we are going to get another Regieleki and a win con on the board for Team Int.
Yeah, Team Int, I mean, really prioritized pushing these Regielekis into the tier 2. They were able to do it successfully, but pretty much got wiped there for their troubles. Weren't able to necessarily get out in time, giving Supernova the chance to hopefully get some revenge dunks in this tier 1. But Galarian Rapidash doing everything in their power before getting KO'd to make that impossible. And now the rest of Team Int is here for the defense, and Supernova just kind of has to back up and regroup, decide what their next plan of action is.
I mean, a brilliant job defending as well, and then Team Int knew exactly where the danger was going to come from. Not going to let them get any scores in because they want this comfortable lead, but with the Reggies on show very, very soon here, Bridget, I mean, Supernova's going to have to make their presence known into that top path where Team Int already is. I mean, Seasons is doing brilliantly. I thought they got the Rock Tomb up to stop Owlboy just prancing in there and stopping them easily, but they had to use their moves to dash past it. Cerulege has been found. This could be an interesting team fight. This could be all in or nothing for the side of Supernova. Team Int takes this. That walks into home.
Yeah, and Team Int looking like they have a good pick there on both the Blaziken, but they were able to escape, and it's actually Mamoswine taking a lot of damage, does get the Ice Fang out. Looks like they're able to escape. It was actually Cerulege who falls on the side of Team Int, but Supernova ripping the Selecki, which is horrifying to me, but Crystal did a good job of zoning the area. I think they had pretty good knowledge that Team Int had backed up, and getting it off the map is a good thing. It scared me a little bit, but good information gathering from Supernova to make that choice.
It's an interesting choice here. They're waiting for the 2-minute mark so that they're going to get double scores in. So they get 100 in the bottom lane, and I believe it's 70 going into the top. But we get a catch out here from Garchomp into the Bliss Assistant, into the Water Shuriken. Shuriken. Mystical Mirage gets popped by the Mew into the Fluffy Cream. Supreme. The Unite moves are flying left, right, and center. Rebel Rouser has not been used. It has been used. I am mistaken trying to follow everything, but that is a clean battle coming out from the side of Supernova as they wipe all but one off of the map from side of Team It. They still need one game, Bridget.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like they'll be able to do so with all of them heading towards this tier 2 in the bot path together, getting KOs. Obviously, they have those nice Kyogre shields, so even if they do take damage, they will get some HP back for their troubles. More points raining in for Supernova. There's still a minute left in this game, but the point lead looking a little too steep for a comeback.
I mean, with Regieleki also... Oh, no, so that's the Kyogre buff. I thought that was Regieleki, my bad. Been no Regieleki for some time. Shield, the braces are still open, and Supernova just going to flex those shields right now. Is a very interesting turn of events this time around, Bridget, because Team It looked comfortable throughout that entire game. Losing that Regieleki onto the top side really halted a lot of momentum that they came in. But I've got to give my props to Sora. Those dollops were working great.
They're a good, sweet treat to have for sure. I mean, I just feel like that Kyogre fight went so fast. I almost couldn't even tell like what went wrong for Team Int. Obviously, I know Rapidash was in the bot path dunking, so they weren't necessarily there when the engage started, but it was just on the tier 1, and Rapidash is a fast guy, but maybe it just the fight went too quickly for them to kind of get back and help the squad out. So really great end game from Supernova with a little bit of an upset already in this game 1.
Yeah, look, they're doing very well. I mean, I think we saw it. Everyone was bumped up in that choke point that we have on the right-hand side of the Kyogre pit. We saw a lot of Unite moves popped up. I couldn't even follow how many popped off. We saw Mew's Unite move. We saw Crosswell's Unite move. We saw... you can't miss the Alcremie Unite move because it's ginormous. And then we saw the Livid Outrage as well as the Revenant Ren. So a lot of Unite moves coming up. Maybe we'll get to see it in the highlights. I don't know. But something I pointed out at the very start, Rebel Rouser. When you're in that kind of tight, compact space with all of your team in there, Rebel Rouser not only absorbs a lot of damage, but just dishes out a whole ton. Could have made the difference in there. Not having your Galarian Rapidash there might have been, also tricky because it does provide those stuns, which Team Int might have needed to really get out of that. But they played that beautifully, did Supernova, because they were behind that entire game.
Yeah, I mean, just an absolutely ideal end game out of Supernova, and yeah, that Garchomp Blaziken combo putting in so much work, and the Mew. I didn't even see them. Wow, this was just a high damage game. I'm realizing as I'm taking in this screen more and more. So, and yeah, it wasn't even. I know obviously Alcremie was doing a lot of healing, 88k worth of healing. That's nuts. But we also saw the shield build come out from the Blissey, so it's not even like it was a double healing game. These teams were just putting out a lot of whammage. So shout out to Zika, who was able to hit 100k on that Sarah ledge, but wasn't enough to clutch it out in that end game.
No, I agree. I mean, Zika and Pancakes are a very strong combination of damage dealers as well. I feel like Dwayne got a lot of picks on that Ice Fang. I mean, obviously Ice Fang is able to get in the face of the enemy teams. We did see Ariel get picked up a few times by the Ice Fang, but the Dragon Rush combination was played beautifully, and Ariel just able to clean up with that Livid Outrage. So a very, very fun comp to watch. I mean, it looks, just by the looks of it, Bridget, it does look meta, but it's not. I mean, it's not full meta.
I don't know what the meta is, if I'm gonna be. It's a new patch. I know it's not the biggest patch, but I don't know. I feel like they really nerfed a lot of significant actors and players. in our game, so it does feel a bit like unsolved, as I was like saying earlier. So I don't know. I'm like, oh, this is the meta, I guess. I have no idea. So maybe it's a me problem.
I mean, we did see Vaporeon get nerfed. We saw Zapdos get nerfed, but we got nerfs to all the Megas as well based on their Unite moves. It's a very interesting pack. I feel like I don't want to say it's a full breath of fresh air, but it's a really nice step in the positive way. And here we go. This is a beautiful Dragon Rush into the Bliss Assistance. There's the Water Burst Shuriken.
Ooh, yeah.
There's the Fluffy Cream Supreme into the Livid Outrage. Crostal has already used the Eject Rubble Rouser right there. And then the final hit of the Livid Outrage absolutely stomps and just eviscerates. Eviscerates. The health pool. Cerulean Edge Seeker is still up here, and we see the Triad Blitz coming in. Beautiful work. Thank you so much, production, for being able to show us these slow-mo highlights to really see just the stacking of Unite moves coming through.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes were on that Alcremie Unite move. I mean, just such a perfect position. They were literally healing all 4 of their teammates, like, in that engage. They didn't veer too far from that healing beacon, and makes sense why the Alcremie had such high healing numbers that game. I mean, and makes sense why Team Int couldn't get a pick. I mean, they had like 3 team members down before the Alcremie was even like out of the ult. So that sustain, I think, was really, really impactful. And shout out to the rest of the Supernova team for like keeping the fight where they could keep their heals. Like they definitely fell for staying near the cake, which I guess in the future we got to get them away from the cake. But we are already in
Too much cake.
Too much cake. We're already in our draft for game number 2. We are seeing the Crustal ban this time around, but I think that's the only change I'm seeing in the bans.
I mean, I think Supernova are going for a different defender here, and they just don't want to deal with the Crustle. Maybe something to do with the Crustle walls, or what we mentioned before with the Rubble Rouser. But also an update. Now, Team In need to do the reverse sweep. They need to take this set and bring it to a Game 3 situation and win the next 2 games. Otherwise, they stay in place. Otherwise, if they're able to bring it back and win this set, Bridget, which would be absolute cinema, they will leapfrog Los Duros. That is a strong front line coming out from the side of Team Int with Vaporeon and a Mamoswine.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Supernova opting for that Umbreon, who was finally freed from our bans, but I mean, Supernova answering with that Ceruledge and the Blissey, which we have seen do really nasty work for them. I just feel like they play those 2 mons really well, which can kind of have a little bit of like anti-synergy with the way Shadow Sneak works on Ceruledge. He can be kind of annoying to target if you're not sure when they're about to go underground. So, especially with the Unite move, it will get, I mean, I think it'll reset, but it will not work if they go underground. It's really annoying. So, really good synergy out of them, and we have a whole other bunch of Pokemon to talk about.
I mean, I love it, absolutely. And if there's 2 Unite moves that have the biggest whiff opportunities in this game, it is that Ceruledge, Revenant Ren, and unfortunately, the Fairy Singularity from Gardevoir, which also got a buff, but we haven't seen it yet. Now, Pancakes and Zika have decided that there is no more messing around, because Pancakes has put the crown on their head and said, I'm going to be the queen, and I'm going to make you kneel before these boots, which are made for walking. I love seeing a Serena. It's such a fun Pokemon to see as well. Aerial on the Machamp is also a shout here. I'm just curious because I love, and I'll be honest with you, I love me a Psyshock Espeon. I don't know how you feel about Espeon, but I'm a big fan of Espeon.
Oh, I love Espeon. I think I have a blue badge on Espeon. I love her.
Let's go. Let's go.
I like both builds. I don't think I really saw. I feel like the only reason I personally ever like to go like a stored power feature site build is if there are a lot of like dashers, obviously things that are harder to hit with Psyshock. So speedsters, namely anything you want to get sure hit moves on. But I mean, Psyshock into any kind of brawly comp feels so good, and just being able to stop them in their tracks, do so much damage, and obviously that early game Eevee with that swift move is a great secure for Path. And yeah, we have definitely a lot of Eevees in this game. Vaporeon, obviously kind of a standard nowadays, and Umbreon now that it is not permabanned.
I mean, Eevee privilege is a thing. You said it yourself. Ban, nerf the Eevees, not the Eeveelutions. Nerf the Eevees. You're right. That Swift from the Espeon Eevee is so strong. I think it's probably the best Swift out of all of the Eevees that we've got through. I want to see if we're going to see a submission Machamp come through, but this is so strong. Is this Swine Up Dwayne just front and center, making sure that top lane goes to that side. Beautiful, secure. Coming out from the side of Supernova to get Umbreon online first. And both central laners are here. And again, Combustion up against the Ceruledge here, Bridget. I always give that to the Ceruledge just because it has a higher damage output. But Combustion is no slouch. But there's 4 members in top side for Team In.
Oh yeah, they rotated a member from that bottom path just to really get full advantage. Nice pull there from that Combustion, but weren't able to make much of it except just kind of push them back to their goal zone. No points really able to go in from that push, which is a bit disappointing, I guess, since you invested so many members there, but also not the worst thing in the world. Didn't really have anyone fall, and Vaporeon down here pushing alone anyway, so I think they're fine. Not too worried about it.
What does that say when you can leave a Vaporeon alone in a 2v1 situation, and then it can score 10 points into the face of a Espeon as well? The eject coming out from Ariel on that Machamp is going to get stopped by Dwayne with the Ice Shot, which is brilliant. We are seeing the submission come through. I mean, submission's unstoppable already, Bridget. You don't need a safeguard on top of that now, do you?
I think they're running the safeguard, so maybe they do want it. Maybe I wasn't looking correctly, though. I could have misseen the shield. I tend to do that. I think like every shield is a safeguard shield, but sometimes it isn't. Sometimes other things a shield, but I still haven't seen the Blissey do the move, so I still cannot confirm. But yeah, not too surprised to see. Okay, I don't need that. Sorry.
Cannot confirm nor deny, but we will confirm very soon. 75-76, 1 point into the eject, into the overheat. And I told you that ZK and Pancakes were not playing around anymore. They are trying to cook this Supernova team. Vaporeon's still going to stay on their pad, but there's another overheat going to go in. And this is a Pokemon that got nerfed recently, Bridget. Got the Unstoppable taken away from that overheat. But they're doing incredibly well. So there is the safeguard. The shields have been confirmed this time around.
Thank goodness. They have all of the Unstoppables, but it's still not going to be enough for that Serena Pillow combo up in the top path. Meanwhile, Blaziken wreaking havoc down here for Supernova as well. Team Int looking way more alive in these 7-minute points of this game. Number 2 getting big points in as well, breaking that 2-1.
Yeah, look, Regieleki came and went without us even noticing it. Regieleki top side. They clear that bottom side very, very quickly. There's the safeguard in to the helping hand. It does not matter, Pancakes. These boots are made for walking, and they're going to show you the bottom of it if you get too close. Nice submission into the Revenant Rend, and Supernova came out. They said they want it. They're going to take it. The Mew Electro Ball combination with the Yikes' Psyshock. Brilliant. Spider Pig is here to defend as well. Blaziken is here, going to twirl around. Show them what you got. But the Regieleki teetering on the side as the Midnight Prance comes out from Umbreon. That walks in, leaves it on 139 overcap. And just like that, Supernova right back in this one.
Wow, really amazing bounce back from Supernova. I mean, Season's just putting in so much work on that Umbreon, making it look just like it's light work. Maybe there is the reason why this thing has been banned out so much, but Blaziken finding a lot of members of the enemy team. Supernova in a bit of a pickle. Umbreon might be punished for this, but man, the shields from that Snarl just allowing it to escape, but they do get caught out by the Serena, and Team Int is barreling at this enemy jungle.
I mean, you don't want to be known for your namesake. They ain't into this time around, into the barrage blow. Bliss assistance coming through as well. Seeker is still alive in the enemy team's central area. And then Machamp just has to submission out there. They get the suplex onto the Blaziken with the cross jump, execute 2 KO streak coming out from the side of Aerial. Dwayne is in there, still no evolution to this Mama Swine and Pancakes. The queen has not fallen yet. The queen has not fallen. You do not stop attacking. Pancake said, I want to show you what my kingdom is made of, but now it's more about time to retreat. Nope, Queenly Ascendant gets dropped as Pancakes wants to keep going in.
That was BM. That was bad manners from that Serena. I cannot. I'm like, okay, they're finally leaving. They're finally leaving, but they just had to use that Unite move on the Sarah Ledge, getting one more KO before they escaped. I mean, that was nasty. It was just nasty. I have no words.
You don't tell a queen what to do, and Pancakes will not be told what to do when they play this Rulage here. But Reggie Roulette one more time. Reggie Steel bottom side for the side of Supernova who want to take this. And Team It want to try and go for it. They're going to chip away the Umbreon's health, but Roulette's going to take a big amount of damage. They're going to go on to Blaziken top side as we move away. Umbreon Unite move used as well. Dwayne is here. Reggie Steel dangerously low, but it's a beautiful side shock to secure.
Yeah, this Espeon is just pouring out damage with those side shocks. I feel like Blaziken got hit with one early in that engage and just really had to back up. Meanwhile, we have Serena bullying Machamp, but Machamp able to escape. They're both holding it down on that top side, waiting for the rest of the squad to pull up. Team Int takes some time to get that Reggie Drago in the meantime, but it actually looks like Team Int gonna hover down in this bottom path, take some Altaria, and get some points in. This is really, really smart from them. Meanwhile, Machamp not having any of it. They want to do a push of their own, but the tanks are ready for this defense. 5 members of the team trying to push toward Team Int. They do KO that Mamoswine, but they got to back it up a bit.
I mean, Supernova have a lot of damage output on their side. Psyshock does a disgusting amount of damage if you're able to hit it, plus a stun. But, I mean, Vaporeon's just going to be tickled by all that damage because it is just so bulky. I mean, 141 to 226. These scores going in. Bottom side, Bridget, a good shout. Machamp does have 50, but in the face of Dwayne, you're not going to score that, especially with 2 minutes 20 on the board. Final stretch. Groudon incoming, and one of my favorite sayings that I borrowed from one of my friends is it's time to get rowdy with Growdy, but these guys gonna get rowdy before we even go on. The Aquamarine Splash is used by Vaporeon. That's a huge Unite move and a huge Pokemon to be taken out before Groudon even shows up.
I know, and they almost kind of got out with it too. Like, I don't even really blame them for trying to pop it because it was so close to working. They were just so low on HP, and I'm sure we're just trying to do anything to stay up for their team. Now Team Int kind of has to stall here, but it's gonna be the Mamo getting caught out just narrowly again. Supernova is behind though. They need to kind of make a decision because right now they're getting some really solid picks, but they're getting lower and lower on HP. Espeon with another KO, but oh, everyone's HP bars just exploded. Oh my gosh. It was
even if we caught what happened there, I mean, it was over before it began. This assistance into the Psyshock, into the Psychic Solaire, but Dwayne is still in here. Can they play spoiler? It is! Dwayne manages to secure the Groudon away from Supernova! And I think majority of Supernova were back. They've got 3 shields. Teams can try and score, so they're going to keep the lead. Team Int, they did not int at all in that one. They have to keep the lead. They have to keep the pressure. Dwayne with a beautiful Mamoswine secure. The Psyshock's going to strike again along to the barrage blow. 100 did go in. I heard the crowds cheer, but now they're just giving away the shields here, Bridget. Not good for the side of Team Int.
Yeah, Blaziken putting in a lot of work, but it is against 4 members of Supernova. They're low on HP. Their Blissey has safeguard, so no eggs for them. Oh, they're going to be able to double cap here on this tier 1, getting it within 100 points. I mean, even if that Umbreon got there like 39 in, it may be enough, but it's looking like Team Int has this defense down. Mew even going up to that top path. 5 seconds left. I don't think there's enough time.
I mean, Teams was the only one with pockets in there, with AOS pockets, to try and get that in, but what a turnaround from Team Int in that fight. Their the Vaporeon went down, and then Dwayne went down, so they were just getting their defenders chunked out. But Dwayne came back out of absolutely nothing to secure that Groudon for the side of Team Int, and Team Int's still alive. We're going to another Game 3 here. You brought the Game 3s
I told you.
I mean, I don't know whether to thank you or to curse you, because, I mean, we love Pokemon Unite here, but also, you know, we'd love to see a 2-0. But going to a Game 3 situation, Team Int win this one, they leapfrog Los Duros.
That is bananas. I mean, shout out to Dwayne. I don't know how they secured that with the Mamoswine, because I feel like I saw the Mew trying to secure. I think they had like E-Ball. I don't know if it was like a beam, which I do love an Electro Ball secure from the Mew, but it's hard to time, as is everything. But luckily for them, Dwayne was there with the Mamo for that secure. I mean, Supernova was so close with those 2 picks, but they just like, man, getting their HP like so chunked from the Mew with those solar beams. I mean, they did a good job like kiting for each other and like tanking for one another, but when your HP, it's just so hard to play into poke damage like that when you don't have someone healing you back up. I feel like if they had heals in that last engage, they could have felt way more comfortable being more aggressive, pushing in, getting them out of the pit, and taking that endgame objective. But alas, we are instead heading to this game number 3, as we have some highlights from this game 1. That was such a clean Seru Unite move. Really turned some tides for Supernova in this. I think this was the first Regieleki of the game.
Yeah, it was 6 minutes on the board. It is that Psyshock secure that manages to get it as well. So, I mean, Supernova really pushed the pressure in this game, but Team Int absorbed a lot of that pressure. We see here, Blaziken dangerously low, does get hunted by the Cerulege as well, tries to push them back. Blaze kicks them back to their home pad. It's so much easier casting in slow-mo. Can we just watch the whole game in slow-mo next time? But another beautiful secure by the Espeon. Now, here is where everything happened. Everything happened in a single go. Right now, Vaporeon is in, coming back after getting KO'd. Gets submission. Look at where Zika is with the Blaziken. Vaporeon going out again.
That's
and
where
now
the
look
HP
at
bars
how,
went.
Yep.
The Blaziken into the Blissey Unite. Yeah.
And then, I mean, we see the rep. I just want to take a moment.
Nasty.
Not only are we seeing this in slow-mo, but to just point out how visually stunning some of these moves are when you do get to see them in slow-mo. And then this is the Dwayne secure. The Psyshock is off the table right now. It will come back. So it's only Mew and it's only Dwayne and the Mew here. Look at Teeps' health.
Mew's on Surf.
But then put the safeguard on that gives you the shields and the healing. So Teeps is safe from the enraged Groudon. And I'm just trying to figure out where Dwayne secures this, because he can't Ice Fang Teeps because they've got the shields, and there's the helping hand.
Yeah, it's like the Mew boosted gets it so low. I don't even think the Psyshock gets there.
It's the Dwayne Earthquake? Unless he's using his Unite. Yeah, it's the last slam of Earthquake.
How does this... I'm like so confused. I guess the Psyshock hit.
Yeah.
But it like
because
I don't understand how the Psyshock didn't get that. I'm not gonna lie.
Can we take that back for a second?
I don't know how Psyshock didn't get that.
Can we take so we're gonna see this here. Can we take this back for a second? Love the rewind. So Yikes is waiting here. DJ dangerously low. And so I'm just watching Yikes here, and oh no, it's the Mammoth Mash.
Yeah, he's United.
Dwayne pops the Mammoth Mash here, and it's the first. Okay, what's the Psyshock? So the Psyshock gets hit here. I don't know how Espeon can't. That's beautiful Espeon security.
I'm like, I don't know how it wasn't the Psyshock.
Okay. I really wish. Yeah, there it is. I was about to say, look at the zoom. Because look, Mamoswine's legs are in the air. right now. So as soon as it gets
yeah, he's bound, like, yeah, they're in the bound, like, everyone else is in the bound house with the Mammo.
Yeah, Mamoswine's in the air, Psyshock, minuscule. I mean, that's in Groudon's face. Yeah, look, the Psyshock hits there.
Yeah, it must be on,
and
like,
then,
a nugget.
it doesn't take it. Look at the health of Groudon. The Psyshock hits, and it's a tick. It is a tick left on that Groudon. And it is the earthquake of the Mammoth Mash that gets it.
Nasty.
Wow.
Actually so diabolical and nasty. Wow.
I've never done a replay like that in slow-mo. That's incredible. Big shout-outs to Shivam behind the desk for showing us not only the replay, but slowing it down and zooming in. I didn't even ask for the zoom. He was like, he's going to want to zoom in here. So, absolute brilliant. But it shows you, I mean, damage, a tick, a sliver of health allowed Dwayne to secure that. I mean, absolute cinema.
Yeah, it was nasty. And the Mew was, like, right on it as well with that boosted. So, like, Team Int did have a lot of, like, they literally put everything they could on there, timed it super, super well. And then, obviously, I mean, literally the rest of Supernova was getting, like CC'd from the Mamoswine Unite move. So, really, really clean from Team Int.
It's only Yikes. It's only Yikes that's outside the range of the Mamoswine Unite move, but it was... I don't know how to explain it. It's just fantastic. And the best part about that, Bridget, is that's not the end. We still have one more game left to go for this set. And we're only at our second set of the night. We have 2 more to go after this. I mean, incredible. I mean, do you... based on what you've seen from both these two teams as well, do you imagine that they might just run something back with the same comp? Crossel was banned out in the first game. Do you think we'll see a Mamoswine banned out? Do you think where's your head leaning at with all this?
Man, I mean, both of these games have been bananas, and both these teams have really, like, I'm trying to think of, like, Mons from these comps where I'm like, maybe, like, didn't do as, like, much, at least from, like, this game too, but it feels like all cylinders were, like, firing, especially when it's that close in the secure department. I mean, Team Int obviously looked way more, I feel like, in it that game too, so I feel like they will probably lean more towards this comp they were able to win with, but I'll be curious to see. I mean, I felt like the Umbreon put in, like, a lot of work for Supernova. I don't feel like that was, like, a bad call or a bad first pick by any means. So I'm really not sure. I will be curious to see what the teams are feeling. I always think it's really interesting, like, what I am perceiving as, like, a threat when watching these games versus, like, like, how the players feel, like, playing against it. Like, this wasn't that bad, but, like, this has got to go type thing. Yeah. But so far, looking like our bans remaining pretty consistent. No Zapdos, no Charwai, no Blastoise so far.
I'm very okay with the no Zapdos. The fact that they, I mean, it got another nerf. Its first nerf only came to its Unite move. And it's crazy that they looked at that and were like, yeah, the only problem is the Unite move. But in this second patch, they have nerfed its Discharge early game. Discharge on Zapdos was probably one of the best moves early game because it's just so big, so much damage, and you're not securing anything against that Zapdos. And then Zap Cannon got a nerf as well. So it's still incredibly powerful, but to allow something like that out to the field is just it's a mega. It's a mega again, even though the mega's already got nerfed. But I mean, Team Int don't want to use the Blissey this time round, so Blastoise and Crossel defenders are nerfed. No pick on the Mamoswine first go here, but Umbreon's coming up, and Biter gonna go into a very tried and true tested Pokemon. They are something to watch on that Hooper.
Yeah, I love a Hoopa pick. I mean, it is just, like, classic Unite to me. Always good. Always puts a huge threat on to the other team with those portal rotations, especially Supernova. We're gonna see grab the Umbreon once again and actually steal away that Mamoswine that probably cost them the secure, I would say, in that previous game. So yeah, let's just get that out of their hands right away.
I mean, Teeps is going to stick with the tried and trusted Ceruledge. I mean, Ceruledge we've seen almost in a lot of the games here, Bridget.
I think almost every game.
Yeah, you can see how much EU really loves the double-bladed demon. It is that Ceruledge, but also I like the pick coming out from Dwayne here on the Trevenant, and Pancakes, very much known for their Machamp. So it is all on the line this time around. They picked up some incredible picks, and we're going to see our first Mega of this set. Not a Mega Gyarados, but a Mega Luca. It's always been hit and miss to me how Mega Luca performs in a competitive sense. It's one of those Pokemon that can carry a team fight, but it also takes a lot of resources to KO. However, after the nerfs, this is going to be the first time seeing it in this competitive setting. I can't wait to see how it performs. And Zika is going to pick up Mr. 007.
Yeah, obviously Inteleon having a great day so far. I mean, I know it got a nerf at some point along the way, but still it's just such a threat. I mean, so its early game isn't as good. Yeah, he's fine. I'm definitely excited to see these Megas come out for Supernova. Obviously that Mega Lucario and this Mega Mewtwo Y, who was kind of like the premier attacker pick for a while there, but seems to have fallen out of favor for some of these more like ranged snipers, or now these almost like ADC types in the Cinder and the Gren. So we'll be curious to see how this Mega comp does in this day and age, but if Supernova backs against the wall, this is what they believe they need to secure this dub. I'm excited to see it in action.
Two incredible games that we just witnessed, 1-1 apiece. Game 3 coming up between Supernova and Team Int. If Team Int is able to win this game, they are currently sitting in 4th position. They leapfrog Los Duros, who we saw in our first game, to that 3rd position. A lot on the line, and we know the end up, it's going to affect the seeding for those groups. So the groups we showed you at the very start of the broadcast are all subject to change. Inteleon going to take the central lane. Why do I have a feeling that is going to be a liquidation Inteleon? But Mamoswine has seen it. They've seen the shenanigans. But no, instead, they've opted not to go for a defend here and come back and put some pressure onto this lane where we've got both the Mewtwo and the original going up against these strong defenders.
Yeah, it did really look like that Swinub was gonna run into that jungle, but I wonder if, like, they calmed, like, oh, the Sobble's in the jungle. The Piloswine was like, I'm out. I don't know. Or maybe the Swinub maybe had been checking for invades from Team Int's end, and once they didn't find anyone, they veered back in lane. But in my headcanon, that's what happened. They didn't want to square up with the Sobble, but we have the Drizzile on line now, up in that top path. But it looks like the jungler from Supernova, the Ceruledge, is actually going to opt for the bottom path. So we have 3v2s on both sides. Hopefully each team able to gain value in at least one of them. And it looks like we're gonna have a Trick Hoopa, so maybe that liquidation will be coming to fruition with that Hoopa, able to help them get in and out with ease. Mew getting the KO on their child, I guess. So it's Mewtwo.
Child. Child is wild. Sorry, I didn't mean to gasp. I didn't mean to gasp like that. I just wasn't expecting the Electro Ball KO. The Trick Hoopa is interesting as well, as Drizzile was trying to go for it. Does manage to pick up the KO once again. Always got to talk about these central laners coming out of central lane at these different levels. Ceruledge does have a higher chance for those power spikes coming out as opposed to Drizzile, who needs that extra evolution. But they proved me wrong, picking up a KO on their opposite team's central laner. There's the stun coming out, and it is Mean Look coming out from Umbreon. He don't like it. He gonna look at you and he's gonna give you a side eye, Bridget.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say I love to see the mean look, but maybe I shouldn't promote one of the more perceived toxic moves in the game. But it just feels like I haven't seen the Umbreon in a bit, and mean look can set up some really strong plays in coordinated play, especially. But Machamp gonna grab that Umbreon, get the KO. Team Int looking for a big fight here up in this top path. Machamp just submissioning them one by one, getting them to the rest of the squad, making sure that everyone can get those KOs, get that damage out on these targets. But for now, they're going to start looking at this Regirock that's spawned in up top and get some good damage on it. And I feel like they're going to have it pretty safely secured. Yep, goes to that Inteleon.
Yeah, look, I mean, Pancake is known for their Machamp for this reason. The combo plays that they're picking up with Zika into that snipe shot is fantastic. But Supernova have picked up a 6th team member. They left the original Mew all by themselves. The Side Strike is going to hit the Trevenant. If they let this walk in, no, I don't think they're going to do, because that has a dangerous chance for a big overcap. 67 to 56. Once again, very close game in the early stages here, Bridget. But Mamoswine going to try and increase... sorry, Paloswine. He's not evolved yet. He's going to try and increase that lead, but this is a big amount about to head in unanswered for the side of Supernova. 30, leaving that top tier on 3, as Team Int are going to push into this bottom. Revenant Ren's going to come through as well. It's going to shred down everybody, but we've got the Azure Spy Vision as Umbreon gets right into the face of Inteleon, picking up a KO as well. Gets trapped into that mean look, but nice warding off with a Solar Beam goes Mew. Team Int tried to push, but Supernova did a brilliant job keeping them at bay.
Yeah, it felt like a smart and safe push from Team Int's end. They had vision of this Lucario being up top. They knew they had that number advantage, but man, I just think the damage that came out from that Mewtwo when it Mega, they didn't even need the Unite move. Just getting in its Mega was enough. Really strong defense from Supernova. Team Int did send Machamp up in this top path to deal with this Lucario, getting their dunks and stacks in up top, but yeah, it's still not a ton of points for the 5-minute mark, and all tier 1s still up on this map as well. So a lot of goal management going on. You can see that Hoopa and Umbreon are holding it down in the bot path. Meanwhile, a fight already breaking out up here. Lucario getting the KO on Machamp. Supernova, I was gonna say looking to push a top path, but Team Int just gonna go all in with that Hoopa Unite on the bot side.
Yeah, they do get some points in, taking it to 100. They're going to go for the Regieleki bottom side now, so they're going to get themselves an extra person to help them out on their push. Ice going to go to the side of Supernova. 143 to 105. A 38 overcap, I believe, if my math was correct, or if my eyes were not deceiving me. But on the opposite side, Supernova just decided they want to push and put some pressure onto the top side. Eject button pulled by the Inteleon, but still gets trapped in that mean look as well. I mean, it feels like a much slower paced game than the first two that we watched, Bridget. Maybe because there's quite a little bit on the line, but these teams are respecting each other a little bit more.
Yeah, it feels like they're both like playing safe rather than playing like aggressive. They're going for like, we don't want to give the other team anything to capitalize off of. Obviously, if you make... When you're playing more aggressive, it's easier to make a mistake, and so they're both kind of like waiting for the other one to do that, but both of them are playing very well in that regard. Machamp getting a little cheeky, stealing some of this central area farm where they can. Supernova trying to hold it down in the middle part of this map. Does get a steal on the Inteleon. Huge damage coming out. Everyone using their Unite moves for the final time before this end game. I mean, Supernova is just really pushing and being aggressive right now, but other than that, Inteleon KO really haven't been able to make much happen from it.
I mean, they found Pancakes with the Ice Fang, did Seasons. They're going to try and get something in here, but Dwayne doing a brilliant job defending. Zika has found a lot of these snipe shots to hit, and Seasons is in a dangerous position. Pancakes almost get caught out. They almost wasted, I want to say, maybe not wasted, but I mean, you walk away from a Mega. I think that's the best way to deal with it. Just walk away from it. It can't do whatever it needs to and let the timer run out on that. We've seen that happen a few times. As soon as someone goes mega, the entire team just scatters so that they can't pick up multiple KOs in a row. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Reggie, that's a good Reggie that you want to see at 2 minutes and 30.
Yeah, and it looks like it's all going to Supernova. Team Int has made an appearance for that Reggie Lucky. Looks like they're going to go all in on that one, just trading Reggies at this point. Hoopa picking up some money. I thought they would maybe kind of prepare to score on that tier 1. I guess they still have 10 seconds left. Maybe it's not quite worth it. Supernova did have time to perhaps go and defend that tier 2 if they wanted, but maybe Mamoswine's gonna defend it? I don't know. They're giving me mixed signals, but they let it walk. They let it walk. Maybe they were just looking to see if anyone was going for that dunk to punish them. But Team Int just reining in these snipe shots, trying to figure out where the members of Supernova are. And they do get a hit on that Umbreon, but with that wish healing, it's not going to really matter too much.
I mean, Sora just said, thank you, sir. Can I have some more? There's an Ice Fang pick up by Seasons. Does manage to find Dwayne in at that bush, but again, it just is a battle because they've got 2 range attackers on their side, 2 Team Int, the Solar Beams and the Snipe Shots. Pancakes looking for their all-rounder counterpart, and there's just a standoff in that top lane. Respect the 1v1, guys. Respect the 1v1.
They did not.
Found the Machamp. The champ has got, there was no respecting the 1v1. By the thing, pulls the Hooper Unite, rings are bound, comes through. The side strike does find them though, and Team Int is going to be pushed out. Azul's 5 minutes has to come out from the Intellion. Zika trying to find a KO on the Mamoswine, but Season still has half their health left. Dwayne gets hit with the Revenant Ran and finished off with the Aura Cannon as Lucario decides to go mega, picking up a KO streak of 2. Zika's still alive. Can they get the Umbreon? But this front line of Umbreon and that Mamoswine is so strong. I think we still have a Barrage Blow left to come out from Pancakes. They can cross-chop their way in.
Oh my
and Mega
God.
Lucario's Mega Gauge could gauge out here. But now, here's the problem. The Infinite Cyber does get dropped as well. Coming through to try and pick it up. But there's the Barrage Blow! It is Pancakes that manages to secure it with a beautiful amount of patience. And a 50 dot goes in. Team Int might have just leapfrogged Los Duros if they can't do anything to change the score in the next 20 seconds.
I cannot believe they left that Kyogre on 1 HP for so long, and finally Machamp is like, whatever, I'm ulting. Like, he's just like, I'm not waiting. I'm gonna take this now. Like, oh my, GG's. Good job.
GG's go next.
Yeah, like, I just feel like he was waiting for them to, like, I don't know, like, smite? And Pancakes was like, whatever, I'm just uniting. I don't care anymore. Like, there's 10 seconds left. I have to do this. Like, I don't know what they're waiting for. Oh my God, that was crazy.
We've seen Blissey secure. We've seen a Mamoswine secure. And now we have seen the most ridiculous secures in today's broadcast. Bridget, I think you need to come back more often because you are bringing the good vibes. You're bringing the good vibes, but a fantastic game again. I mean, I'll get through the highlights as well. We didn't see, I mean, just based off some of these damage numbers, I mean, Zika is the outlier here because that's an Intellion. And, you know, sometimes their damage numbers don't count because, well, you know, I mean, that's a bit mean to say. Their damage numbers do count, but based on everything else, they just absorbed a whole lot of Zika's damage and also only taking 14k damage and almost dealing out 100k is crazy.
Yeah, it's truly nuts. But, like, yeah, these damage numbers just go to show, like, how, like, they weren't, like, kind of fighting for no reason. Not that, whatever, I guess that never actually happens, but they were just playing, like, way safer. Like, both of them were not playing an overly aggressive game. Neither of them wanted to, like, go too far in or take a fight they weren't, like, 100% confident in. So I respect it for sure. I mean, shout out Pancakes with that, like, game-winning decision, because I was, like, I just, like, couldn't believe Supernova didn't, like, maybe they were waiting on cooldowns, but, like, I just felt like it was so low for so long. Like, I'm not sure what the comms were in that moment.
I mean, Pancakes was the first person to get taken out by this, by beautiful pickup by Seasons as well. And then here we just see Look at the aura cannon
I
come
know.
through, just meow, all the way through, coming through as well. I mean, first real instances of the Mega Lucario that I did actually witness in that game. But we see Zika here as well, bringing the attention, and Pancakes just goes, all right, I'm gonna wait.
Look how low it is for so long.
And
like,
look, Pancakes
it's like this for 30 seconds.
Pancakes comes around to the front side of the Kyogre den, if you will, and then just barrage blow into the eject and a secure. I mean, I'm
okay, maybe it was like 10 seconds, but still, like, I was just like, maybe he saw, the load up for the pup, obviously.
The power up punch.
Yeah, and like that is what they were waiting for.
Yeah, because he goes early, but Teeps is there with the Cerule Edge as well.
They definitely didn't know they had their Unite move, but like, you also had to have known that the Machamp had its Unite move. So
I would have assumed, because you took Machamp out so early in that fight that without using its Unite move. So even if it didn't have its Unite move before you caught him out, getting KO does replenish that Unite move timer. So I mean, we saw the power up punch being powered up, for lack of a better phrase.
That's what it is.
And then there was the Cerule Edge. It is what it is. And then the Cerule Edge had the burn as well. So we're witnessing ridiculousness at the moment. You know what? I think we need to take a break. Again, another 3-game set for our first 2 sets. Team Int leapfrog Los Duros, who picked up a win in our very first game against Phantom Forces. So a lot happening today. Keep your eyes glued to this screen. We got 2 more games to bring, 2 more sets to bring you. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, and I promise you, we will be right back. Welcome back, trainers. Bridget, it doesn't look like we get much of a break at all. We're going to go straight into our next action-packed set. And what are two sets that we just witnessed? Both Game 3 situations. Both incredible. I mean, we've had three ridiculous secures come out from absolutely nowhere. And those secures have affected the standings quite a bit. So before we get into our next game, we're going to show you the standings. And Bridget, look what has happened here.
Yes, we had the standings upset that you were guiding us through during our first two sets, but especially in that second set where Team Int has able to take that third slot in the standings from Los Duros. So these teams giving it their all in our final day of the rounds in preparation for those group stages that begin tomorrow, which, yeah, have already seen some shifts just in the couple hours we've been live today.
I mean, in a couple of hours, craziness has ensued, and we still have two more full matches to go, and we've got a doozy on our hand. It's going to be a Rework Esport Core going up against MTZ Esports. Rework Esport Core, one of the most informed teams currently going in the EUL Masters right now. MTZ Esports, I've actually had the pleasure of being on a podcast with these teams, with the guys on these teams. A very young team as well, but we're going to get into Rework Esport Core first. Here, Bridget, you want to take us through the names and their accolades?
Of course, we have Cascade, Dodo, Baru, Azalito, and Aaron. Obviously, some really notable names if you've been around the EU scene for a while. Some top fives in grassroots settings, etc., etc. Also, obviously, just been on a tear this year in the league, only dropping one game in that round, or one set, I should say, in that round number 4, putting them second in the league overall. And yeah, I mean, pretty commanding wins across the board too. A lot of 2-0s, which in this league is definitely hard to do. But going against them, we have Team MTZ. Do you want to guide us through the MTZ roster?
Yeah, absolutely. I am such a big fan of this team. Like I mentioned, had a chance to chat to them at EUIC, had a chance to play a few games with them on a podcast as well. Amara, Knight, MDR, Gaddy, and Haru. Top 13 UCS, top 5 weeklies as well. This is a young team as well, getting their feet in. And just honestly, when I talked to them, all they talked about was just having fun at playing this game. So some of the comps that they've come up with have been so creative. Amara is such a fan of the Tinkerton. We've seen them run that Tyranitar as well. So, but recently they have been participating in all these grassroots tournaments and starting to get some momentum with a more standard competitive comps coming around their side. They've had a mixed success here. I mean, even if they are able to win here, I believe they would still be in that 5th position just based on the wins and losses coming out up against Los Duros. But they have a mountain to climb right now, with Core being one of the most in-form teams currently in EU.
Yeah, it would be really big and amazing momentum for MTZ to get a game, get a map, get the whole set off of Esport Core, but obviously Core would like to keep their second in standing at least to round out this league. But we're going to find out how both of these teams are interpreting the meta so far, and looking pretty consistent with what we've been seeing so far today. Umbreon off the board and Blastoise joining them.
Yeah, look, they just don't want to play these Pokemon, but a Glaceon possibility is very interesting here. I mean, after EUIC, we saw one of the most prominent people in NA play Glaceon quite a bit, and that was Curios with that Icy Wind moveset. We have seen Glaceon come in to, I mean, a few competitive instances lately here, Bridget. Maybe, is Glaceon quite a popular pick over in NA, or am I missing something here?
I feel like I've really only seen it out of EG, really. I'm trying to think back to the regional league, but I don't believe I saw it too much. I know that big burst of that Icy Wind can really, really hurt. And obviously, being an Eevee level 4 evolution, level 8 Unite move, there's just a lot of advantages inherently with being the Eevee. But there must be a Glaceon, or maybe they've been practicing some Glaceon on the side of MTZ. But for picks so far, we're actually going to see that Surfetch Prio pick, which I'm very excited about. Had a lot of fun watching it earlier in the day, and I didn't even realize the Zapdos got through. And now I'm going to see the Zapdos.
You're the same boat as me. I didn't even realize the Zapdos got through because I was very focused on the Glaceon pick. My eyes widened when I saw the Zapdos pick come through. The fact that that was allowed through, and that's a triple glasses Zapdos as well. To really deal with that Zapdos, as much damage as it does put out, Bridget, one good speedster that is supposed to just target that Zapdos, and it goes down because it's quite squishy, is that legendary Thunderbird. On the other side, and this is what I love from the side of MTZ, because we're gonna see a Dhelmise come through. I've seen Dhelmise be played a little bit as well. It's such a fun Pokemon with the shields that it provides with its Unite moves, but also, if you want to get to that Zapdos in the back, MTZ have just gone, nah, forget a speedster, I'm gonna just hook him.
Yeah, I love Dhelmise. Obviously, other than that one stint, it was too OP. I feel like it's just been such a great addition to our roster. I mean, so much fun to be able to watch it in action, such fun skill expression as well. So, especially in coordinated play, it's really exciting. So, excited to see it here, obviously. And one of my personal favorites, the Pawmot. I love Pawmot. So MTZ kind of speaking to me right now with both of these picks. But from a meta standpoint, I feel like Esport Core with that Crustle, I was really impressed with Surfetch earlier today, and I'm gonna be honest, I haven't seen what a Zapdos is able to do, so if I am shocked by what I'm seeing, you don't want him. This is my first time. I have not seen this guy.
I mean, is also whoever Cascade, who is currently running the Surfetch, is also a brilliant player as well. I mean, to give them a Pokemon like a Surfetch is also going to be a problem. But I mean, I like the creativeness coming out from the side of MTZ's comp. Obviously, we talked about it. What is the meta, really? But if you really kind of boil it down, Rework Esport Core do have the more meta-looking comp, if we have to put a label on it. It's so interesting. I'm a big fan of Pawmot as well. I've just recently started playing it. It's such a fun Pokemon. It has a cute walk cycle animation, which I love as well. But it waddles. We're going to use the proper... We're going to use the proper terminology, and it is going to waddle. Anytime we talk about Pawmot going to anywhere on Athea Sky Ruins, it is waddling. However, it is going to take this. It is going to waddle its way into the central lane for the side of MTZ Esports, whereas the Fire Chicken is going to go into the central lane for the side of Rework Esport Core, who are on your purple side, MTZ Esports on your orange side, and boy, that is going to be a tough bottom lane with the Zapdos, but Gaddy spots the invade very quickly.
Yeah, really great pathing from that Vaporeon Eevee, being able to intercept the Blissey, or I'm not sure where the interaction started, but both of them were either checking for invades or looking to invade, and they were able to meet their matches, causing no invade. So someone did their job at some point. Meanwhile, in this top path, we are fighting for this XP, but Farfetch'd has a lot of money in their pockets, looking like a lot of that has gone to the side of Esport Core, but we already have this Palm O ready to go in the top path from MTZ. Combuskin taking a bit of a longer route, wanting to get those Nachus before they despawn, and big damage coming out from MTZ. No KOs were able to be secured, but it looks like they were able to grab quite a few of those birds.
And there is going to be your first look at Zapdos. There's the big amount of damage. We have seen Swinub take a lot of hits in the early game, but that was 2 moves coming out from the side of Zapdos. Ridiculously broken, but it is going to be a range attacker battle between the Mewtwo and the Zapdos. I have to point out, I love the Holo Air that Amara is rocking on that Dhelmise. It's got a telescope on its back. But there we go. We've got the Fury Cutting coming out from the Surfetch. the Muddy Water is going to stun it up, and I love that coming out from the side of Vaporeon. It's going to be able to break all of the combos that they're trying to play. But look at the damage coming through as Crossbow has to pop the eject. Unable, and so does Aron, to get away from the Ice Bank.
Yeah, big damage dealers down in that bot path, but I mean, these Pokemon are just holding on. Still 0-0 as well. No team really able to get those dunks in, so pockets are getting pretty full on both ends. But it looks like MTZ gonna kind of leave that tier 1 goal zone. Amara still up here on that Delmise, but gets a lot of damage out. Luckily, the team wasn't too far, able to kind of swing back up, get that KO on the Surfetch, but Blaziken gonna answer with a KO on the Delmise as well. Not able to connect with that big kick, but gonna still try to fight it out, maybe use these birds to kind of heal back up with, get another big kick in. Still no one falling. Blissey has to kite away. Blaziken able to get their KO. Looking for more as well, too. Really down the Blissey for splitting up this duo and giving Blaziken the space to win that 1v1.
Yeah, look, Blaziken with the Fire Fist as well, having access to that Unite move does heal it up, but then also having an Eggs Blissey to help you secure. But now we've got the Overheat trying to go for the secure. Ain't no one gonna get a secure. I mean, unless you're a Blissey or a Mamoswine or a Machamp as well. We've got the God of Secure for a reason. That Overheat, even though it lost Unstoppable, is so good. But this Blissey as Alito is just on the mark with Dodo in this top part. The Bliss Assistant's going to come out as well. Amara trying to use the shields there. Is the Supercell Slam that's going to come in from Knight on that form up. The Mewtwo is here. It's going to go into this Mega, and they're chasing down. Zips out, full charge. Spark's going to come through. Tano, I said it. I remembered the Unite move. We have a thing where he always says it, and I forget it. But MTZ have turned around that top lane path, and Amara going to get some much needed stacks to get some points in, do some extra damage. But bottom side, Regieleki walks in to that tier 1.
Yeah, Esport Core was able to do so much work in that bot path, while Blissey and Blaziken were essentially 2v4ing at one point. Gives the rest of the team a lot of room. Obviously, didn't end well for them up top, but their tier 1 is still up. They have the point lead, and they have quite a solid level lead as well. So super worth it for this Esport Core team. Looks like they're catching out this Vaporeon up in the top path as well. Not long before we do see that anchor shot come out from the Delmise, but these are all essentially tanks up here that I'm watching, so I don't know if anyone's getting KO'd up here.
Yeah, look, we're seeing the flip turn in the Muddy Water coming out from Gaddy on the Vaporeon. I don't know if we wanted to see heals as well to keep Amara in. The anchor shot does come through, but slowly we saw the Fury Cutter and the combination come out from Blaziken, just the ridiculous amount of damage that it's able to do. But because you can only do it in one direction, if you miss your chance to hit that Fury Cutter, the damage is absolutely nothing. The Muddy Water is going to stun everybody up. Reggie coming up here as well to the top side. It is a Reg Ice, and that is something Azalito really wants to see, because those... Blissey is going to get some more out of those tanks.
Yeah, this Blaziken has been really strong in all the secures we've seen so far, and obviously that coordination with the Blissey just looking so good. Huge damage coming out from Surfetch, clutching that KO on the Mewtwo Y, and Zapdos gonna get a 30 overcap, I believe, up in the top path. Meanwhile, Palmot gonna start ripping that Regieleki downstairs, and it'll go to the way of MTZ.
We're just going to use its full name, full government name, Reggie Electricity. I mean, I can't refer it to anything else, but now Blaziken is going to go in up against, the combination play with the Regieleki and Amara on this Delmise. The anchor shot's going to come through as well. One hook does manage to find their way through, but Surfetch takes it down with the Fury Cutter, but Zapdos rains down electricity. MTZ need to ban this Pokemon. They need to ban this Pokemon. It's still so incredibly strong.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't even been Zapdos has primarily been in the bottom path, so I haven't even really seen it too much. I've just seen the little pop-ups of 2 KOs to the Zapdos, but seeing it down there for that defense, it just looks like a monster, to say the least. in combination with this Blaziken and Blissey. Sirfetch putting in so much work as well, and obviously Crustle setting up some devastating X-Scissors like we're seeing now, just kind of wasting these other tanks' times, essentially, keeping them pushed back in, getting vision for the team, so they know exactly where MTV is kind of grouping up and where they're going. They're trying to break out of their jungle now. They're able to actually catch the Blaziken, pushes them kind of back into their team, but it might not be enough. There's so much damage going in on Dodo, but they're still up. Don't know how, and it actually comes out fine for Esport Core. They get 2 KOs, and now they're heading back top for another Lucky.
That all has to come down to Azalito's healing, and their Blaziken was dangerously low. It has its own self-sustain, like I mentioned before, but Azalito was primed, targeted, and only had focus on Dodo in that entire fight, because if they go down, that's level 14. This Zapdos is already level 14. This Sirfetch is level 13. We've only got one level 13 on the side of MTZ Esports. There's a lot of damage output coming up from the side. And even a Vaporeon that is notoriously hard to KO. Gets KO'd by the Zapdos right before Kyogre decides to spawn in. They're going to go in for the fight right now. Zip Zap Full Charge Spark going to go in as well as Cormont is on to the Zapdos. The Bliss Assistance is actually going to go onto the Zapdos and KO Haru on the Mamoswine. But now Dodo looking for the KO on MDR. Mara is still up as well. The Active Shot tries to find Dodo in the bush. Mewtwo comes out of its Mega at the wrong time, but does get a beautiful teleport to avoid Sirfetch, and MTZ are still in this one. But the damage is just too much from the side of Core right now, because they don't have a general healer to keep them sustained right now, Bridget.
Yeah, I mean, this Crustle and Blissey have just put in so much work. Do not let me see another Mamoswine steal the objective, but no, Blaziken has this on lock. Really a great Blaziken gaming out of Dodo, literally from beginning to end of this entire game. Like, was so locked in on the secures, on the engages they were able to deal with, and staying close with that Blissey to make sure that they could give them support if they needed. And man, this Crustle has just been giving them so much space to do so much havoc in this map. I mean, really strong showing out of Rework Esport Core, and showing why they have done so well in this league all year.
Yeah, absolutely. From front to back, Crustle looking for the enemy team. That front line of Mamoswine and Vaporeon is notoriously hard to break down, but when you have Zapdos doing that amount of damage, it becomes kind of easy to break down as well. Zapdos going to try and break the goal zone with its Unite move, but it just did it to warn everybody off. The Bliss Assistances were huge in that game. Azalito can't wait to see the healing on this game, because there were multiple times where Dodo should have gone down, but it was the egg, 1 or 2 eggs that Azalito came down. I still haven't seen Azalito get KO'd yet. There it is. Forma just stuck a crazy electric core into the face of a Blissey and said, leave me alone. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what comes up next time in game number 2, Bridget, because Rework Esport Core were almost perfect from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we were kind of spotlighting that Blaziken quite a bit, but I do feel like Zapdos just needs to be off the table entirely. It just feels like too much damage. 10 KOs for Aaron on that Zapdos, and Sirfetch honestly not far behind. I mean, I perceive like Sirfetch and Zapdos as like large damage dealers, and like Blaziken a little more like situational, but like Dodo like handled it like so well, made it look like such a threat as well. It's just one of those mons that can go more either way, I guess, than like powerhouse guaranteed damage that I'm seeing out of the other 2 DPSs on this squad. And it just felt like Palmot's kind of a niche pick. Obviously, Delmise is a bit of a niche pick, and Mewtwo Y has kind of fallen out of favor a bit. So like, although they had like such a strong front line in the Mamo Vaporeon, MTZ just needed a bit more like burst of damage, it felt like.
Look, I'm with you on that one. I like the Palmont pick. It can work off. It has popped off at most parts.
Oh yeah.
I'm with you with the Mewtwo Y pick as well, but I just don't think Flip Turn was the correct move of choice. I really would have rather see that Aqua Ring healing coming out from the side of Vaporeon. It's still so incredibly strong and would have given them more sustain, as well as being able to counter healing from the side of Azalito, because we saw Azalito was just on point with those eggs. The Muddy Water was brilliant. Yeah, absolutely on a
This-
point. Bridget, you saw that before I did. 122. My eyes was elsewhere. 122k healing coming up from Azalito. Take a bow. But also on the other side, look at Knight. The 125k
Insane.
healing, like the damage coming out from the Palmot as well. I would have liked to see. I think if you swap up the Mewtwo Y and the Vaporeon there, I think that works a little bit better. But Aaron at 101 and Dodo with 115. I mean, also look at the damage that Aaron took.
Yeah, I mean, to do this much into like a non-healing comp is crazy. And like, it's not like, yeah, they had like some members had like 10 KOs and stuff. It's not like they were like farming them. It's not like it was like they were constantly getting knocked out. Like they were playing it well, but just like the pure amount of like damage output from, I feel like the Mons that Esport Core picked, like enable, like they were just fighting so much. And then obviously the high damage numbers out of Knight on the Palmot was like purely because that Blissey was like everywhere. Like they were just healing them to no end. That's where like that damage output was able to come from Knight. But yeah, looking at some of these replays, we're able to see where all this damage came from. And here we have a big push from Esport Core in this top path. I mean, they're just crazy.
You got to give a big shout out to Baru as well. Got a lot of beautiful rock tombs into the X's, and we finally see Blaziken go down. Bliss Assistant comes out, but here, look at where Amara is right now. You need some healing in that instance. They avoid the Surfetch as well. Surfetch is full health. It's just the fact that Rework Esport Core had the ability to out-sustain the amount of damage that was being put on by MTZ Esports, but then deal almost double back. I mean, Zapdos finds Mamoswine in that bush and almost two-shots it, that it cannot be effective in this fight. And look at Dodo here. Look at Dodo's health right now. Azalito is throwing all the stored eggs onto Dodo, and he managed to get that out. If they manage to pick up the KO there on Dodo, I feel like that Kyogre fight does go a little bit differently. But there's the Bliss Assistance on to Zapdos in the back. Dodo's full health. That is crazy that Dodo is back to full health on that Blaziken. And yeah, the Battle of Perseverance went to the side of Rework Esport. I think bring the healing with the Vaporeon, or bring a Suicune with some crowd control.
Yeah,
and ban that Zapdos.
There just needs to be some kind of answer for the Blissey sustain, which we shall find out what exactly that answer shall be as we get into pick ban for our game number 2, and still looking pretty consistent, and even keeping that Glaceon up in the ban board for Esport Core.
Look, the Zapdos has to go here. Like, we've got Blastoise, Psyduck, Glaceon coming through. Final ban is going to be picked up as well. I'm curious where it's going to go. Surfetched is going to be banned because they swap sides. MTC Esports now on your purple side, so they're going to get the first pick. They don't want Surfetched being used against them to rework Esport Core. And Knight smartly is hovering over that Zapdos. Don't want to see that ever again. And I think that's just going to be, until you can find a way to properly deal with it, if you're going to go with a proper speedster whose entire job is to just KO that Zapdos, I think that's the best way, or the only time it's ever going to be let out. Umbreon going to be the final ban up on the chopping board as well. No Megas. All Megas are still available. Amara going to look to possibly lock in a regular Gyarados. Nope, Vaporeon.
Yeah, that makes a bit more sense. Vaporeon just so flexible in what you can do with it. Obviously, you recommend the healing moveset over that flip turn. I feel like there's more flex and maybe the hydro pump / muddy water aspect of it all, but Esport Core gonna be grabbing a Mega Lucario, and the Crustler.
I mean, Baru did such a good job on Crosser in that first game. Such a good job that I think it went quite unnoticed. We saw the eject into the X-Scissor in the highlights that we saw, and they were just putting the pressure on that entire game. I really thought we were going to see double Lucario on the side of Rework Esport Core, which would have been very funny. But I'm curious if they're going to go with another all-rounder pick. As Alito not going to go with the Blissey this time round. I am mistaken once again. Unless I thought they were going to combo it with Darkrai and Wigglytuff, which is what they were hovering over. But this is a Venusaur. It's a completely different beast that we saw Aaron on, so because the Zapdos is out of play. But we see how incredibly strong Venusaur is right now. And I love it. Amara is hovering over the ever-loved Tyranitar. If you've ever seen Amara play Tyranitar, it is a joy to watch. Yeah, Bridget.
No T-Tar, sadly for us, but we are going to get the Dragonite out of Amara, which I am pretty stoked about. I know it's gotten rave reviews after its recent buff in this patch, so excited to see what
items.
Sorry, it can cook
I
up.
I didn't mean to cut you off at all. I just wanted to say, have a look at those items, because that could be an outrage Dragonite instead of the Hyper Beam one.
I thought Hype was outrage buffed.
It was Hyper Beam that was buffed.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like,
I told you MTG were a creative team.
It's a choice. I said some things I was excited about. Maybe I shouldn't be too excited. I don't know what I'm getting myself into. But MTZ kind of going with a bit more of a traditional DPS route. They have the Mew, they have the Leafeon, and then whatever Dragonite's gonna do. Could be anything.
I'm not sure. I just want to point out, because I don't think you run Drain Crown. I don't think you run Drain Crown on a hyper beaming Dragonite. So that is an interesting pick to say. This is what I've always said. MTZ being such a young new team into this competitive scene for EU, their creativeness is not being stopped. And I think when I was talking to them, they just love playing the game. They love playing the game as a 5-stack, whether it's win or lose. Of course, you want to win, but they're taking all these learning opportunities, but they're also trying out new things that are so, I want to say, different from what we usually see in the meta, that it makes them an exciting team to watch.
Oh, yeah, definitely love kind of the experimentation, people not afraid to try different things into different matchups, but here we go, game number 2, and this time we do see a Dwebble make its way into the jungle. They have 2 points. I'm not sure where from, if they were able to get the secure on that ball toy, but it looked like Knight evolved from it, so I didn't think they got it. It's unclear, but Snorlax is here to perhaps save the day, help get this little crab out of their jungle. They're able to do so successfully. Meanwhile, Mimikyu getting ready to appear in this top path with those jungle buffs.
Yeah, look, they're also doing something that I don't see a lot of people take, and that's take the Natus in the middle. But Mimikyu, Dodo is here. The patience that Dodo is showing is kind of crazy here, just waiting and lurking in that bush. And Dodo has opted to go to the bottom lane after seeing all of that come through, because they have a Mew all by themselves, and Mew has kept this goal completely unscored on. As I say, the scores rain on in. Leafeon going to go in to the bottom path. They're going to try and find the Mimikyu right now, picking up a KO, and this is what I love about MTC. They have taken that first game. They haven't let it affect them, and they've had a strong start to this second game here. However, they're still donut stores, but they're finding the KOs.
Yeah, MTZ looking really solid. Honestly, exactly what you said. It feels like that game 1 didn't even happen. They're looking like confident, secure. Obviously, do need to get some points on the board, but loving this like blue noodle tail duo up here of Vaporeon and Dragonair. It's like kind of cute to see them running around top path with one another. It's kind of fun to have Dragonite as a potential back in the meta. It's been a while, so that sparked joy for me. But Mew not having the best time in this bottom path is able to escape though.
I mean, they surf out there, but Leafeon, this is one of the strongest things about having Leafeon in the meta. It terrorized the meta for so many years because it has access to the Emerald 2-step, but also what we're seeing on Amara here, Bridget, we are seeing the Dragon Dance coming out from this. So maybe we're seeing a Hyper Beam, but those items, definitely have to ask Amara about that. Power Up Punch is being charged in the bush, and the Emerald 2-step is going to come in. They're going to try and find the KO, but the Play Rough is there. I mean, player off into Leafeon is such a great shout. Just getting access to that Shadow Sneak is exactly what they need to try and be able to take player off out if they're able to get some stacks, because Dodo is searching.
Oh my
Ooh, they
God.
almost got picked.
Literally a grain away from getting tagged from that Shadow Sneak, but really great job from Leafeon, being piloted really well. Obviously wanted a KO with that Unite move usage up top, but wasn't able to do it. Dodo getting their revenge, does get the KO on that Leafeon. It's going to allow them to creep into level 9, yes, once they get that dunk off, which they're able to do. Now we have that Mimikyu come play with me Unite move, which is super powerful, super strong shutdown move, especially when facing something like that Leafeon.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And now they're just going to get some stacks in the bottom as well, so that player off is going to be hitting doubly as hard. Venusaur is going to secure this Registeel, but no, Dodo said, I'm going to be the star of the show this time round. 64 to 88. MTC have brought this back. They are putting up much more of a solid fight this time around. Emerald two-step eliminates the Lucario, as well as MTC are going to try and get a nice dunk in. That's 15 into 40, 25 overcap. Brilliant job. And for the first time in all 2 games, they've taken the set. So it's E-Speed and Outrage coming out here. Bridget?
Yes, sir.
I'm happy. I'll say that. I don't know what to expect because I haven't seen that combination come out quite a bit, but it does boost Dragonite's attack. It does make him stronger. It does make him hit harder. Dodo in a dangerous stage here, and MTZ, they're looking good right now.
Yeah, I mean, getting that revenge KO on the Mimikyu. Dodo just kind of got out in a pickle. Baru ejecting over the wall to make sure that they don't find themselves in one either. We're going to have quite a few members from both teams down in this bottom path, since we have both of these tier 1s still up in Adam. Lucario going to be farming top side, as well as Dragonite on their respective sides of the map. I think teams just gearing up for their next engage and making sure there's no funny business happening with those pieces of farm in the central area.
Beam is going to chunk Snorlax down quite a bit. We're still going with the flip turn moveset, which I think is being used a lot better in this specific comp this time around. We've still got the eggs coming out from Azalito. Not too many targets for those eggs as MTZ decide to go in, but Dragonite is here. They can use the Outrage. However, Play With Me does just go and pick up a KO on the Leafeon alongside the Play With Me. Play Rough, Play With Me. Those 2 moves are confusing to say, but the Rock Tomb is going to not be able to stop that. But finally, they're going to get a 40 into a very unbroken goal right now. MTZ still in the driver's seat, but Working Sport Core finding their way back into it.
Yeah, that was super massive on the side of Dodo to handle that 1v2 seemingly so easily and get the points benefit from those KOs. Meanwhile, in the bottom path, we have these Unite moves popping out. Crustle already used theirs. We saw Venusaur implement theirs as well, and there's Blissey's rounding out the trio. But MTZ still has 4 members here, and they didn't have anyone fall during that mess of KOs. Mimikyu joining the party as that assassin. They're going to be able to pick up some KOs, but it doesn't seem like it will be enough. Mega Lucario is in the mix now, taking a lot of damage. MTZ seems to have control over this Mimikyu getting dangerously close, but it's gonna be this Dragonite who comes out on top.
Amara is swinging for the fences, took down the Venusaur, took down the Mega Lucario, and I think this is the beauty of the extreme speed coming out from the Dragonite, because they were just able to extreme speed around the close combat and get behind the Lucario. And the ability to change your direction on close combat is quite slow, and just able to, throw hands, because Amara's already level 13 already. So this is a beautiful change in pace between these 2 teams. I love to see it. And now MTZ are kind of rolling right now. They've got a counter for the Venusaur. They've got a counter, almost a counter for the Lucario. But it's just that Mimikyu that if Dodo is able to hit those Shadow Sneak resets and get the play roughs off, they might be able to do something. So that's the one thing that MTZ have to be very aware of right now. But they're pushing strong at the 2-minute 30 mark. I don't know if this is the best idea. They just need to retreat for another 27 seconds.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad you said the time because I didn't realize how close it was to this final objective. And these teams do not seem to mind. They are really putting a lot of pressure on this Crystal. Crystal falls with just 10 seconds left. They will respawn in time, but they're not going to be in that pit by the time this objective spawns in. Oh my gosh. Leafeon and Blissey both exploded.
I mean, that's massive. You get the Emerald two-step coming out of the Leafeon, who tried to get onto Aaron in that back line. That's a problem. Without the Leafeon pressuring that Venusaur, he's just able to throw the beams. But on the other side, you've got MDR, who's also able to counter with beams of their own. 180 to 128, 52 points between these two teams. I think that's right. But Amara is here. That dragon is so strong because it heals off of the outrage when it starts throwing those fists as well, and it's got the Drain Crown on there as well, Bridget. So enhanced healing and regen. There's the 17 going to go in. They want to get that Emerald two-step right back in. So Knight has drawn everybody away from the Groudon pit and taken the lead and made it even more. But Rework Esports going to go for the slight rip, and Amara's ilted into the player off, and Dragonite does take down the Mega Lucario before it's able to go further. Anger does go in as well. Dragonite does get taken down. Venusaur gets taken down in the process too. Mimikyu able to find the KO on Mew as well. 2 members down for both teams, but Mimikyu, Dodo gets a KO streak or 2 and starts to groove and move. But MTZ still in the lead right now.
Yeah, it's looking like Mimikyu will able to get this Hundo Burger and which will put them in the lead ever so slightly, but there's still 30 seconds left. I mean, both teams have a tier 1 up still. There's even a Diggersby on the field, a rare sighting. I love seeing the Diggersby, if I'm being honest. That's pretty exciting to me. Mimikyu, another big KO on that Leafeon, and they just let him score another huge dunk. Rework has the definitive lead at this point. Blissey really trying to seal the deal. MTZ does get this ground on, but can they dunk in time, and can Esport Core defend this?
I don't know. Vaporeon trying to get the score in. It was a last-ditch effort by MTZ to try and pick up something here because the defensibility of Rework Esport Core was so good. And I mentioned it. We saw the Mimikyu pop off. It was the downfall of MTZ, but such a good turnaround to go from that game 1 that we saw to the game 2 that we just witnessed. It felt like such a step in the right direction for MTZ.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they really looked great. That Dragonite was definitely a problem. Knight, obviously, most KOs in the lobby. Oh, tied with Dodo. I just saw the number. No disrespect. So really, I felt like evenly matched, not a high KO game by any means. Both teams playing it really well. Esport Core just had that end game macro. They fully abandoned the Groudon and really went for dunks at like systematic times, and MTC just wasn't ready with the defense, unfortunately. So yeah, it just didn't really pan out for them, but I really did love what they were cooking. That was such a fun and exciting set. I mean, these Blissies today have just been unreal. Azulito with 90k healing. Aaron on that newly buffed Venusaur getting the most damage in the lobby at 83k.
I mean, it was just such a fun game to watch as well. Rework Esport Core going to maintain their position at that second spot. MTZ Esports not going to be able to, they're going to stay in the same spot, I believe, as well. We might get a schedule update at some point to see if they're going to move up. I don't think they will. I think Italian Diff is a little bit too far behind. So MTZ Esports are going to lock in that 5th spot. Los Duros in 4th, Team Int in 3rd, Rework Core in 2nd, and Gear in 1st. But let's check out some of the highlights. They were doing very well here to actually pick up Beru the Crossel right before that. The Groudon fight was massive. They managed to get a KO here. Look, the Snorlax ejecting backwards here to try and pick up a KO, but it was the Mimikyu here that came in and really put this up. But watch Amara here on this Dragonite right now, just throwing hands at anything that moves. Picks up 1 KO. And then as well, Leafeon goes down. But then they go on to the Mega Luca here as well. And Cascade, actually, they take out the Blissey. They do take out the Blissey. And I want to see, look at this beautiful E-speed around the back of Lucario here. Does have to pop the eject. And then he's not done yet. Izumara goes in for the nice whack. And this was a bit unlucky for Knight to get caught out there, Bridget. But takes the Blissey down.
Yeah, it was kind of a very bursty exchange here. We kind of have when Rework kind of like baited them in by starting to hit the Groudon, but it was actually like Rework who kind of got like punished for it, losing 2 of their damage dealers. But when Mimikyu is still on the board with that Shadow Sneak assassination build, they can just really get rolling with those Shadow Sneak resets, which you were able to see getting those 2 KO streaks. Then you have Baru just kind of keeping track of where that Leafeon is. And with like all the information Esport Core was able to gather, they were just able to play that macro out perfectly. Obviously, the 2 KOs that Dodo picked up helped them tremendously.
Yeah, I agree. Mimikyu was going to be the issue there because Leafeon, it dies to a gust of wind. It gets KO'd by a gust of wind, or, you know, a puppet who wants to play with you. But let's have a look at the updated standings. Like I just mentioned, Core's going to stay in 2nd place. Team Int going to keep 3rd. Los Turas in 4th. And unfortunately, MTZ are going to drop down a little bit as well into 7th. All of these, again, just our standings for now. They update to change, which will change how the groups go. But for our final game, we're going to go in to Rework Esport Gear, taking on Italian Dip. But before that, we're going to take our final break of the broadcast. Remember, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, and we will be right back. Welcome back, traders. It is a pleasure to see you again. I am joined by the absolutely wonderful Bridget for our final game of the broadcast, and it is gonna be a doozy, Bridget, because we got Rework Esport Gear going up against the Italian Diff. Now, this is our top seed, our first place team in Rework Esport Gear. It's gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, we just saw their sister, brother, sibling team in the previous set. I'm not sure, I guess, the gender of the organization, but now we get to see the other one, and should be a fun one. Obviously, Esport Gear leading the pack in our standings, and Italian Diff trying to take some of their points away in our final game of today before our group stage begins tomorrow.
I mean, in the entire time we've heard these two teams, you're the only one that has referred to them as brother-sister duo.
What else would it be?
I absolutely love it. But Rework Esport Gear, there's an interesting history that we'll get to you after. Bridget, do you want to introduce us to Rework Esport Gear?
Yes, we have Frigo, Skull, TT Abone, Ikelis, Beach, and Qualzix. A lot of accolades. Obviously, Ikelis has been top 30 UCS, as well as many of these other players. Top 9 for what? I can't do it. Classics. I did it right the first time, and then I was like, I don't think I can do it again. That was my one. But a lot of tourney accolades for these gamers, and obviously have been showing up in a big way in our league.
Yeah, look, they're such a strong team. We'll go through their match history. They were undefeated for a long time. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. And look at that, Bridget. It went the other way around to their sister team, their sibling team, which we should call it. So, battle of the siblings there. So, 0-2 against Rework. And now they're going to go up against Italian Diff. Now, this is the interesting thing. Italian Diff, with their old roster, was got defeated by Rework Esport Gear in a best-of-3 for the seeding stage. However, in the mid-season, with their new team right now that you're seeing on the screen, Brutal Hunter, Galne Gunner, Jumpy, S-Stuck, and Voxshow. I've also been told that it is Voxshow's birthday today, so big happy birthdays to Voxshow as well. We've watched them play alongside Galne Hunter, Jumpy, S-Stuck, and Brutal Hunter for the longest time, and it's absolutely wonderful to see that. So big happy birthday to Voxshow. So this is the new roster. They actually went on an incredible run in the mid-seasonal. They defeated Rework Esport Gear in round 1 of the upper bracket. And they shocked a lot. I mean, I'm just reading my notes right now. Italian Diff played really well and shocked a lot of people. They met again in the grand finals where Gear defeated them 2-0. So a lot of history right now. Italian Diff has a new roster. A few changes: 2-0, 0-2, 0-2, 0-2. And then 2-0, and then 1-2. So as soon as this new roster's come in, Bridget, they started working their magic.
Yeah, it feels like they've kind of found their footing with this 2.0 squad they've formed. So should be another banger for our last set of the day. I'm definitely very excited. Obviously, have a lot of expectations out of Esport Gear being our standings leader. So we'll see what Italian Diff has prepared for them, and it looks like we're gonna get into the draft phase of our game number 1 here. So looking to see how different or similar these compositions are gonna go compared to what we've seen throughout the day.
I mean, nothing can surprise us as much as what MTZ are able to do in those comps. I don't think we'll be seeing Delmise ever again, or an Outrage Dragonite, I'll be honest with you. But Suicune, Surfetch, Classic, ban them off. Don't use them. We don't want them. Mega Charizard Y also going to be in that category. Psyduck, a lot more of a problem because it's so unassuming, Bridget.
He has a headache. He's just a poor little duck, but he will not be allowed. I know. Look at him. How could you be mad? But I guess Italian diff, not duck fans. That goes for Surfetch duck or the Psyduck. Blastoise duck adjacent, I guess, in the water typing. But Rework Esport Gear gonna get that first pick and gonna go for the Mew first pick, which I like that. Honestly, a little unexpected, I would say, in terms of the first pick, but I'm not super familiar with the Italian diff attacker or composition preferences, so maybe they have a Mew player they're trying to make sure they steal that away from and don't want to risk it later on.
I think Mew is still probably one of the strongest attackers in the game because it has such good versatility, big amounts of splash damage with Solar Beam. Even Surf deals a decent amount of damage, and then the Electro Ball Secure so strong. So a lot of players, I mean, a lot of pro players across all regions, really big fan of Mew. It's also a very high skill Pokemon as well. So you can have a chance to just schmoove and groove on people. But Jumpy is going to pick up the Venusaur. I assume, once again, it's going to be a Venusaur. So it's going to be a beam battle between these two teams to start it off. Voxshow going to go, hover over the Trevenant. And I really like the Trevenant, but he's going to make me disappointed on his own birthday. But it's his birthday, Bridget. We'll let him play whatever he wants.
Yeah, he is in control of their character, especially on the B-Day. I thought we were going to get another double tank composition, but Latios going to make an appearance. So I did want to call out no Zapdos ban once again, but doesn't seem to be a priority for these teams, which I find interesting. Maybe neither of them really want to play it, so not even interested. Instead, gonna go for that Greninja. Esport Gear with an interesting comp here, kind of going with like 3 tank support type Pokemon, and not really ones that typically flex. Like maybe the Flaelax flexes. Attack Eldegoss used to be a thing once upon a time. Obviously, with the EXP share change, it's much easier to run a tank support type Pokemon without the light bulb, but we are going to see it equipped on the Snorlax. So interested to see how the damage output goes for Esport Gear. Obviously, Mew can definitely pop off, especially Ikelas, a player that's been around for as long as I can remember. Obviously, we've gotten those Greninja. Greninja got buffed, right? Yeah, definitely got buffed.
It did get buffed, yes.
I was like, did it? And I'm like, Big Uzi was talking about it. It definitely got buffed. He's my Greninja reporter. So that's how I remember that.
Just watch out for Skull TT Bone on that Greninja as well. They have the ability to pop off. Latios is in a very interesting place. Latias, sorry. I think when it first got released, it was probably one of the most underwhelming supports to first come out, and then it got buffed, and then it was one of the most annoying supports. It wasn't actually supporting, it was dealing damage, which is obviously what you want out of your supporter. So it's now in a very decent place. We are seeing it be played a lot, especially with that Dragon Cheer. And then if Latios, its brother, another sibling pair, to come out, comes up with a teleport to either side. But it's going to be interesting to see. Talonflame, an interesting speeds of choice. It is supposed to hunt those attackers in the back, but Mew has such good movement to be able to try and dodge. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how Talonflame is played. All eyes going to be on this Venusaur because it's going to be a starter battle between the Water Greninja and that Venusaur as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of damage coming out from that Swinub Gossifleur pairing. I mean, who was I to say I was worried about the damage? They just did so much damage, but both of those mons, I would say, are very much known for their damage they're able to do in their baby mode. Just put on so much pressure. As you can see, Eldegoss getting the K opener on that Gibble already.
I mean, have we never heard of the Battle Goss? Eldegoss is still a thing. It was a thing in Season 1. Eldegoss is such an interesting supporter because we did see it get played quite a bit at EUIC, and it was a lot of the slows that were coming out from the side of the Eldegoss that really went unnoticed and really hindered the teams from doing anything. Fletchinder's going to try and get a score in to this lane as they are hindered by a Stark on the Umbreon, but the coaching going to try and chase them down. You can't catch a bird, so don't even try. Going to play some Follow the Birdie, but
51-27 to start this one off. And Italian Diff gonna diff that central lane. But Quazink said, nope. Turnabout is fair play is going on right now.
I get so confused when they invade each other because I forget whose jungle is whose. But it's looking like Esport Gear is claiming the right side of the map jungle. Meanwhile, Umbreon is making themselves annoying, I guess, just trying to like steal some farm, which they were able to do pretty successfully and kind of waste Snorlax's time as they have to keep an eye on them. These two tanks, I mean, just have so much HP, it's like hard to watch them fight. But finally, more members come to the rescue. Umbreon taking quite a bit of damage, able to escape though, not giving up any of that XP to Esport Gear.
I mean, Skull took that personally. He wanted that blue buff back from the Umbreon. I mean, Talonflame's just going to go back into the enemy team's central lane and pick up that red buff that wasn't taken. But again, Skull's going to take it personally. He's going to go for the hunt. This is exactly what Italian Diff want to do. There's 3 members of the side of Esport Gear in their own central area trying to stop any of these buffs being taken. But Italian Diff, they didn't want to just window shop. They wanted to pay on their card, swipe the debit card, get on out of there, and take some of those buffs away. But this is big. I mean, the Solar Beam coming out from Mew, just chunking down that bottom lane. Quite a patient game to start this one off so far.
Yeah, honestly, like, all things going as normal. Nothing too kooky crazy, especially after those jungle exchanges. I thought Venusaur was going to be able to get that secure, but Umbreon there to make sure that it goes to their team either way. And Talonflame, 2 KO streak, make it a 3. Hasn't even implemented its Unite move yet. Doesn't really need to. Gets that goal zone broken, and Italian Diff looking really, really solid.
Yeah, they are. Nice eject coming in by Filgo to try and take out the Gabite, but the sustain on the Gabite is so strong. They're going to eject towards those citrus berries as well and probably try and retake this fight. 2 middle stage Evolution's going to go at it in that top lane. Will they respect the 1v1 or will they not? It looks like they might, but both these teams are going to pass each other by for now. Italian Diff, this new roster is looking very impressive in the early stages, causing chaos and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, definitely. I also just noticed that Latios is going Mist Ball, which definitely don't see as often, but I do love it. I think it can be really, really strong, but it's going to be Eldegoss still bringing out the KOs. 2 KO streak for Beach on that Eldegoss, looking really, really nasty. Clearly the 3rd DPS of the team. I don't know what I was thinking, if it could have been anyone else. Talonflame gets into the mix with their Unite move, KOs that Greninja. This Reg Ice is really, really low on HP. Vino a little early with the beam, but sets it up so nicely for that Talon secure.
Yeah, they do come to take it, and Venus is not done. Gonna go with the Verdant Anger Solar Beam combination, and Italian Diff are looking really nice here. Garchomp is online as well. Scoop Slam into the Mew, goes in with the Livid Outrage as well. But Skull TT Bone able to finally get a KO, and the Eldegoss is gonna chase down for the KO here. I think that Eldegoss might have the most KOs, because Beach is looking like the hyper carry that the Eldegoss is. And doing very well, but no change to the scores yet.
Yeah, and it's not even full damage Eldegoss. They're actually going Cotton Guard over Cotton Spore, which Guard is just like the pure shields for the team, whereas Spore you at least get a little damage, a little knock up. And usually Leaf Tornado would be, you know, that would be the real damage Goss, but no, we're going full support, but all of the hurt pretty much from the Eldegoss. And once again, Italian Diff running into this enemy jungle, trying to see if they can get anything from it, and it's that Talonflame sweeping in to pick up the KOs. I just feel like they send their tanks in to kind of stall until Talon can get there. Umbreon gets the KO on the Eldegoss. We see the Talonflame Unite move not really connect with much, but the Alecki walks right in, but they kind of spent a little too much time in that central area to really get enough dunks in to break that tier 2.
No, I get you. And look, I mean, I think Italian Diff played it with their food just a little bit too much in that one. They tried to stay just a little bit too long, but that tier 1 goes bye-bye as we bring the scores to 161 to 65. 3.5 minutes already, left on the clock. 5 seconds till we get another Regilecki. Solar Beam to the face of a Garchomp. I bet he didn't appreciate that, but Eldegoss is going to pop the Cotton Cloud Crash and countered by the Umbreon Unite move. I'm not sure what the full reason for both of those Unite moves to be used, apart from the fact that they just felt like using them at that point. But Eldegoss does get KO'd for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure their exact Unite timers. I guess they're both relatively fast. I feel like especially Eldegoss. I can't remember Umbreon's necessarily, but they were able to steal some of that shield away from the Goss. Mew getting a KO on this Latios. I mean, Rework Esport Gear looking good, getting big KOs when they are playing as a squad, but Italian Diff just has a really good control over this map. They have a great point lead, and with 20 seconds to go to this Kyogre, we are going to see Esport Gear, I almost said Core, get that Reggie Steel buff, which is going to be huge for them, especially since I feel like they kind of need that damage buff.
I agree with you, but what we saw the Garchomp break the tier 2, the second tier 2 on the bottom side, and they've got a Regilecki. Esport Gear have to hurry now. They picked up a KO on the Latios. They're going to go for the flip because that Regilecki is going to walk into tier 2, but no, it is the Snorlax that's going to come in. Flame Sweep comes in, so does the Water Burst Shuriken. It is going to be Greninja that manages to steal that, but the Verdant Anger is going to be fired off as well. Not going to be able to pick up another KO, but Mew's going to go hunting for its Beam Companion. The Mewsted Auto does manage to take down the Venusaur as well. 100 goes in from Talonflame. S-Stark going to try and defend this one as well. 161 to 351. Italian Diff are in the lead, but it was Esport Gear that managed to score. Does Mamoswine put them all beyond doubt? Only by 10 points here, Bridget.
Yeah, I think Italian Diff just knew they had to risk it. I kind of wanted to see that Umbreon defend a bit, but I mean, I guess ultimately it's still pretty close. They're going to get the in-game announcement here now that it is indeed a close battle. So neither team really knows what the situation is. And Italian Diff actually catches out Mamoswine, but it does open up the rest of the team to get those points in the bottom path. There's still about 40 seconds left, and Italian Diff is 5-man pushing towards this tier 1.
Yeah, look, 50 points will I mean, 100 burger doesn't win it for the side of Italian Diff. They have to get more. They've got 50 on the Garchomp, 50 on the Umbreon. It's going to go in with the foul play. Comes through Flame Sweep with the Verdant Anger. Are they going to pick up the KOs? Garchomp's going to try and score. Every single one of their team is going to try and score. But I think they got the 100 in, but that is not going to be enough. Talonflame has 35, not enough to break again. Garchomp going to try and go in. Can Talonflame sneak a stack, a dunk in somewhere with 10 seconds? Nope. Skull TG Bone cleans that up. And for a team that was getting pressured the entire time, my guy, they came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I am. I mean, it was just like a flip. It felt like on that Kyogre. I am just kind of surprised that Rework Esport Gear was able to secure it. I mean, Skull and Ikelas do have pretty solid secures in those Mons compared. I don't know. It's hard to say because Italian Diff also has Fly. They have Beam, which is pretty solid. I mean, it was a tough one, but the way the cookie crumbled, it just went to Esport Gear's favor. And here in our end game stats, we have Skull on that Greninja with the most KOs at 9.
I mean, Skull was struggling a little bit in the early gauges. I mean, Italian Diff were taking a lot of the farm coming out in that early part. I mean, Brutal was having a game. Anything that was caught out by S-Stark or by Gunner or Voxsho, Brutal slammed down the fly, and we're picking up some very nice KOs throughout the entire match. Ikelas with the 80k damage. I believe that is top damage across. So getting the better of their Beam counterpart in Jumpy. Italian Diff have one more chance to try and get this, or they could take this with a 2-0. Would it rework Esport Gear? I mean, these teams have a nice little history going on between them. As we get a look at some of these highlights, I really like the really aggressive, non-mean looking style play coming out from S-Dark on that Umbreon.
Yeah, I really do like that, like, pure tank Umbreon build. I know we've seen at least one or two other tank Brionne builds today, and yeah, it looks nasty in both movesets, which is why it makes such a clutch first pick mon. You can flex it whichever way you're feeling, and yeah, I mean, Italian Diff looked great. Like, I am blown away, honestly, and how good they're looking with this current roster. I just felt like, man, the flip will get ya. But this is kind of what was going down as that Alecki was marching towards the bottom goal zone. Snorlax was actually there to hold it. So
look at Skull's health. Look at Skull's health. I mean, sorry, Shivam, can we rewind that just a little bit to go back to Skull's health, please?
That's diabolical.
Skull Water Burst Shuriken in here on to the Kyogre. He does a splash damage with it, but look at his health disappears whilst he's in the Water Burst Shuriken. When he lands, look at where he is. Look at that health. And then decides to go in with the Surf boosted to try all the water secure. And I was just like, I'm sorry, what? In what way are you surviving that? I mean, we've seen the most ridiculous amount of people get out with absolutely no health at all in these last few games, Bridget.
Yeah, I mean, Venu or Mamo freezing the Venu with their Ice Fang, like, right next to that Greninja was primo. I mean, it could have gotten very bad very fast, but teams are ready to go for our game number 2, and I feel like so far, same bands, I believe.
I mean, Skull is looking at the Ceruledge pick here as well. Ceruledge going to be banned off. We've seen Ceruledge quite a lot today. It has an ability to cook. I think its movement speed across the board, for it to get from one side of the map to the other, is so very, very quick and so very, very good. The Quack duo, Farfetch'd and Psyduck are not going to be allowed out. Icarus gonna go for a first pick Mew once again. Zapdos is open again.
Yeah, wasn't even thought about. Like, maybe both of these teams don't really play the Zapdos, which is why they're not too worried about it, I suppose. But Italian Diff gonna go ahead and grab that Latias, which I think is pretty interesting. I understand going for the Umbreon, but sometimes it's just nice to pick something you kind of know you want and give the other players a bit more time to flex their pick based off of what your enemy team is going to go for. So Esport Gear gonna grab the Machamp this time around and the Snorlax once again.
I mean, I like the Machamp pick here as well. It has the ability, I mean, it might force S-Dark into the mean look pick here. I mean, we also do have the update where you can only choose one move right now as well. So right now, you have to determine whether you're going to stick with the foul play option or you're going to bring out the mean look coming through. So I like this. Maybe a little bit of trickery because the submission Machamp is quite good as to getting onto Jumpy. Gonna go with the Garchomp as well. Skull going to stick with the Greninja. Beach is hovering over a Sableye. And I don't know about you, Bridget, but we've seen some damn good Sableyes recently. And they can be such a good addition to a team with the amount of crowd control and I just want to say general rage that they bring to the other team.
Yeah, Sableye is a mental game. Even if it's not the most impactful, like, tangibly, if you're able to destroy the mental of the enemy team by being the Sableye in a Sableye kind of way, it can be more impactful than, like, anything you actually, like, do to them. So it is like the definition of like mental warfare. Italian Diff going to be grabbing that Talon Flame in their last pick position. I'm definitely excited to see Sableye Gaming. I honestly feel like I haven't seen it too much lately. Just with like the other disruption support tanks taking a bit of priority. So I'm excited to see Sableye in action. I feel like it's a bit underrated. It can be hard to pilot for sure and like hard to play around / with, especially in the spot of maybe like a healer or what the other supports. So excited to see it in action from Esport Gear here.
I mean, it's such an interesting Pokemon to watch because you always have to be on guard for it, not only as a player, but even as a caster. I mean, trying to keep an eye on a Sableye is probably one of the hardest things to do, but it has such good crowd control, such good disruption, and the Unite move Chaos Glower, if you're able to get a good Unite move, you can send all 5 members back. Still haven't seen it. The most I've seen is 4 being sent back to the home. But we're going to go through here. So Skull is going to take that central lane. Talonflame going to take that central lane as well. It's the same comp, I believe, coming out from Italian Diff. The Latios, the Venusaur, the Umbreon, Talonflame, and the Garchomp. However, we've got a change up here. And of course, the little gremlin is going to go for an invade.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sableye's not like the worst guy in lane, I must say. Being able to like steal enemy points, especially when they're trying to stack. Yeah, my bad. It's a double invade. I get confused when like they invade the jungle because I'm like, oh, the Snorlax is like helping his friend, but like not the friend I'm thinking is the friend. So double invade, that's sick work. I do not condone it, but it does seem to be effective. Skull is up in this top path, putting out so much damage, and we see Snorlax was able to secure that blue buff and is just having a grand old time down in bot lane now.
I mean, I think it was a smart play. I guess when I'm playing ranked, if you've got a Sableye invade or someone invade, you stay there for a long time to try and defend your buffs, but Brutal just decided to leave, get stunned up again, did actually go back and take their red buff because Beach came straight back and pressured the top lane and allowed them to gain some momentum. Snorlax could go down here, gets pushed back by the Umbreon, going to take a nap right in the middle of it all and gives that buff right back over to the side of Italian Diff. I mean, even with all of that going on here, Bridget, Italian Diff's still in the lead score-wise.
Yeah, they're looking good. At this point, Frogadier has now commandeered the enemy jungle. I feel like, yep, definitely got the red buff. I think Talonflame was maybe able to secure the blue, or it hasn't spawned in yet. I'm not quite sure, but Frogadier Skull just kind of, I can't believe just like went invisible and walked right by that Dragon Rush out of the Gabite, but Frogadier has no worries in the world, I suppose. So Esport Gear kind of getting away with a lot. Machoke wants that 30 dunk, but knows they can't get it in for free with that Fletchender up here. Mew gonna go ahead and secure the Drago once again for Esport Gear. Looking a little scary for the Snorlax, but I think they're able to escape back to their pad.
Every time I see a Sableye, all I hear is, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. But Skull is definitely going to be suspicious and take a bunch of KOs assisted by Ickless on the Mew as well. I mean, even though they are getting the KOs, the scores have still remained relatively the same. Nice Heavy Slam going to come through, but they're going to get poisoned whilst they take a little nap outside the bushes. Don't you just hate that when you decide to lay your head down and you just get poisoned? Once again, Skull's just going to walk on out. I am mistaken because Jumpy took a little bit of offense to that.
Yeah, good vision and like map awareness from that Venusaur to make sure that Gren does not escape. Once again, Talonflame with a bit of a scary secure, but is able to get the job done for Italian Diff. Mew is coming with vengeance, getting some KOs for their troubles and wants to get away, does switch to that Surf to give them that extra mobility and let Greninja kind of take care of that Umbreon while they try to get some points off. Is a bit delayed, but they're getting it. It's fine.
I like Ickless's play here. They're getting pressured by the Umbreon, but they had the wherewithal to put an Electro Ball backwards. There goes the Water Burst. Shuriken wasn't used to really get some executes, but more to ward off the Venusaur and be like, hey, I'm here. Don't come anywhere near me. But we now got an all-rounder battle here going on in the top page between two middle stage evolutions. Both of them looking for those evolutions. The cross chop does get to the Citrus Berry, but the Dragon Scoop does manage to take the Citrus Berry for Gunner, who now ain't no one respecting the 1v1s out here, Bridget, because that is a 3v1, and that's a KO on Gunner.
Hey, that's a team diff. The team pulled up faster. That's a team who is loyal to you. Sableye tries to utilize its Unite move, but gets their backs instead. And if you turn around and don't look Sableye in the eyes, he cannot send you home during their Unite move. Machamp tries to use their Unite move as well. Isn't able to catch quite anyone in it, but that doesn't mean this fight is over. They want this Umbreon out, but they're pushed out really far from this Alecki, and Italian Diff is already ripping it. We do see Machamp is ready to go. No Unite move this time, but is going to make a run for it. Is a little too late to the party, though. Latias securing for Italian Diff.
I mean, they're going to go in here with both of these Unite moves as well. There goes the Livid Outrage, but gets taken out by the Muted Auto once again. Talonflame gets sent to the sky, and not the way that it wants to, but still managing to get themselves out of where they needed to be. Go back. Regieleki, you ain't allowed here. None shall pass, but Umbreon still going to try and assist their new friend. Sableye almost getting caught out, but does a beautiful confusion.
Yeah, that was a sick Confuse Ray. I feel like it's like hard. It's easy to miss the Confuse Ray, like cast and animation, but that was so beautiful because like that Garchomp was beelining, and they're able to get their 40 cap off in the top lane instead. So good work from that Sableye. It's been a pretty relatively low scoring game at this point in our match, so any points you can get in are super worth it. Talonflame Unite move once again, but uses it kind of to escape. It's gonna be Greninja getting the KO, but is unfortunately taken out right away by that Talonflame, and Italian Diff really trying to get the score lead on lock, breaking that tier 1.
Look, just based on how game 1 went, they want to try and get this to a game 3 situation. Nice confusion on a Brutal. That Talonflame just has to walk on out. I always forget how quick Sableye is with just the movement as well. The Mist Ball's going to try and hit the bit. Oh, what a beautiful Mystical Mirage to avoid the KO. And in time, the Chaos Glow is going to go on to Brutal. And unbelievable. Brutal thought they were going to get the KO, and Sableye with the Chaos Glower, and then scores in their face. Wow.
Sorry, I laughed so hard. That was evil. Just like staring him in the eyes. Like, I can't.
Didn't break eye contact at all with Brutal while he scored those points.
Like an inch away. Sorry, I can't even like process this fight. That was so funny. Immediately makes the Sableye pick worth it to me personally. Rework Esport Gear having to back up a bit as this Garchomp is on a tear. Gets them so low, but now Gunner gets some reprimanded for that push, gets KO'd, and now Italian Diff has to back off a bit. We only have 20 seconds until this Groudon is going to spawn in.
Yeah, look, I'm ready to see it, but Beach is going to go for an interesting 30 cap. Talonflame's moved away as well. Can they go for the 30 cap? That will put them in the lead. 150 to 70, a very close game. Beach has waited for the mark. They see it there, and he's going to score in front of them again. It's a double cap as well. Takes them high into the lead. The Confuse Ray is going to go through. They can't go invisible, and Beach takes it away. The Scoop's going to come through. Brutal is actually going to score a 78 as well, and now Fire is going to score a 50. just the counter scoring going on between these two teams. But now Italian Diff want to try and push the pace here. Gunnar has had enough of Beach on this Sableye. The Venusaur does pick up a KO on the Snorlax as well. So 4v5 going on. Rework Esport Gear in the lead. Machop does that across, jump in, and that is that is a destructive Baron Flow.
Yeah, that Sableye was just doing such a good job providing vision, and Machamp took perfect advantage by planning their Unite move around what that Sableye was able to do. I mean, beautiful team wipe out of Rework Esport Gear, and Sableye getting another cap in just for funsies. The Groudon is secured, and there's still a minute left, but it's looking like Rework Esport Gear has this one in the bag.
Especially with a Sableye on the other team. I told you, it's played, and when it's played well, it is played brilliantly. Now look at the side of Resport Gear. They're going to try and go in with 40 seconds left to go. A good defense is a good offense is a good defense. One of the two. It's a football saying. I'm not sure which one it is, but they got in. They're going to try and get this in as Sableye gets another pocket into the home pad as we see a Mewston auto comboed with the Electro Ball coming through. Mew does get that in as well. 600 to 248, and they're just going to battle it out. But it is going to be Rework Esport Gear taking game number 2, winning it 2-0, and I am keeping that top spot.
Yeah, they looked pretty nasty, especially in the latter half of this game number 2. I just feel like the Sableye really locked in and yeah, really just executed that Pokemon so well. The team was able to play around the Sableye shenanigans super well, and I just feel like the consistent comp out of Italian Diff, Esport Gear kind of was like more prepared to be playing into it, so maybe that is where the sauce was, but maybe it was just Ikelis getting 10 KOs on that Mew, proving why this was a first pick kind of mon for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And they also get the 1,000 Island dressing on top of that. I think that's the first 1,000 points we've seen scored in this broadcast. So brilliant job by Rework Esport Gear. Shivam, if you're there, can we, just for funsies, see that Chaos Glower Sableye Unite move and then scoring in the face just to relive what a brilliant moment. But yeah, 93k damage and 28k damage taken by Ikelis. So dealing that damage, but also just, I mean, the movement from Ikelis was absolutely fantastic. There was one instance there, which I hope we can see as well. Ikelis popping that Mystical Mirage Unite move just as Jumpy was trying to get that Solar Beam onto them as well. So a lot of really, I want to say, high-level plays coming out from both teams. And, I mean, for me, the highlight was the Sableye. It was such a good game coming out from Beach.
Yeah, Beach is definitely my MVP. I mean, it's just a mon that doesn't come out to play very often, and it has to be very situational. It's, like, very difficult to get right and get like the right kind of team mentality around it, especially because it does only become used like situationally. It can be like easy to like forget you're playing with a Sableye or something like that. So shout out to the whole team for making this comp look so easy and clean, and Beach just gave me exactly what I wanted when I see a Sableye picked, so I have no complaints.
Yeah, look, again, we'll see how we go, but I thought Brutal's Talonflame was quite good. I think Stark with the 80k damage being dealt as taken as well, really front playing Umbreon, which I really like to see. I do believe it was also Wish on that Umbreon. So, I mean, Mean Look is just a fun and rage-inducing move as well, but also I kind of like that front-facing tank, the tank that's really in your face. Quazinx did a brilliant job of it as well, just being in the face of Italian Diff and making sure that that Snorlax was there wherever Beach popped up.
Yeah, 100%. Really great stuff from both of these teams. It was really fun to see Italian Diff and what they bring to the table. I really thought this Latios was a lot of fun with the Mist Ball. I am kind of a Mist Ball believer, I think, so it was fun to see them cook with it, but ultimately Esport Gear number one in this league for a reason, and is going to continue that standing going into tomorrow's group phase.
Yeah, I think we're getting word. We're just trying to see if we can get these highlights up if we're going to go through, or we'll get an updated standings as well. Shivam is getting the replays up and going as well. But Bridget, whilst we get that up, it was an absolute pleasure to have you here over in EU. Give us your thoughts on what your experience of the EU region so far over the last 4 games that we got to cast together. Actually, I'll get your opinion after we see some of these highlights.
Perfect. Gives me time to think, but here are our final highlights of the day from this game number 2. Here we see this nice little cleanup from the Rework Esport team. Some really strong defense, honestly, from this Umbreon in this 1v3. Tries their best to stall as long as possible until the rest of the squad pulls up. Umbreon does ultimately get KO'd, but does a really good job in lieu of the rest of the team getting there in time. Here we have another top path engagement where really good block from that Snorlax to push the squad, or to push the enemy team further back to their side of the map. And there's the Machamp Unite move, not able to connect with that dash. Yeah.
Another Unite move that is just so easy to
Oh my
to
gosh.
whiff.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to add it to the list. I mean, because it usually when you engage the Unite move, you used to be able to hold it and then repress the button to release it again. But now it's a straight engage. And here it is, the Chaos Glower into the face of Brutal, who gets sent back, and Beach is laughing. My play of the broadcast today, I have to say.
Yeah, it was
I think
awesome.
nothing's going to beat that so far. But they did really well here, did Italian Diff. They managed to get a KO on the Snorlax. The beams coming in from Ickless as well. But this was massive. 3 people caught in that big barrage blow to get them out. But then Machamp smartly avoids the outraging dragon. And then the Mewsted Auto Electro Ball comes through. Beautiful cleanup coming from the side of Rework Esport. Yeah, that's why they're team 1. That's why they're number 1. And I believe these were the games that we watched today. So I'll go back to my original question. Bridget, did you have a highlight or of anything that we watched today, or your opinion of EU, because you've joined us from so far away?
Yes, it was a long flight, long drive.
Long
journey. But honestly, I had a lot of fun in all of these matches today. I feel like tourneys post-patch are always like pretty exciting because it's just a little less like I have less expectations, I guess, of like, oh, like this is what I would expect to see, which can lead to like different counters to like a solved meta. But I just kind of like the chaos of a fresh patch, which I feel like was in full force today. Honestly, that first Los Duros Phantom Forcers game was really exciting, and kind of like got me like amped up for Unite once again. I've been Pokopia-ing quite a bit, so it's been fun to get re-immersed back with the EU region, and EU grassroots is honestly so fun. I just feel like, especially like I mentioned earlier, after EUIC, obviously with Peps winning EUIC, it just like kind of elevates the region as a whole. So it's just been an exciting time to be a Europe Unite fan. So it's been a fun day.
I've been here the whole time. I wasn't in a different region. But it's an absolutely fantastic experience. The EU Grassroots Unite scene is absolutely on fire right now. And we're not going to be put out anytime soon, because we are going to be back here again tomorrow for the group stages of the EUL Masters. So guys, we will be back here for some more Unite action. I'm super excited to be here as well. So keep your eyes and peepers peeled on this channel, because it's going to be incredibly fun. I don't know, Shivam, are we going to be seeing the groups? Sorry, we're not ending just yet. I'm going to show you guys the standings, and then we're going to show you the groups. So these are the standings currently coming up from our tournament here. Rework Esport Gear 6-1, Rework Esport 6-1, However, the points and the streaks 18-12 and 1 loss and 3 wins coming up. Team Int going to come up in third position, 5-2. Los Duros 4-3, sitting in that fourth position. Supernova fifth, 2-5. MTC Esports 3-4. Seventh, Italian Diff 1-6, and Phantom Forces unfortunately unable to get off the board. What a nicely, I want to say, diverse board that we've got, Bridget.
Yeah, I still want to petition for we just changed the Phantom Forces record to like something else. I don't know, just for gumption. I don't know. That's a personal opinion. But yeah, it's like I said earlier. I mean, these teams are so much closer in caliber than I feel like even this standings board would lead you to believe. We had. Honestly, like every matchup was fun and close and exciting today. So really stoked to see what these teams are going to bring for tomorrow in our group stage. So I think we're going to take a little sneak peek at what those groups are going to be for tomorrow before we head out today.
Yeah, so this is going to be the EULM groups coming through. So Group A, we've got Rework Esport Gear, Los Duros, Supernova, and Phantom Forces. I hope Phantom Forces can cause an upset in that Group A because they played so incredibly well today in that best of 3, taking it to a Game 3 situation against Los Duros. Group B, Rework Esport Core, Team Int, MTZ Esports, and Italian Diff going to bring up that Group B. All the action is going to be right here tomorrow. So please make sure you guys come and check out all the incredible teams and players that are going to be representing on that stage. It's going to be a fun one, Bridget.
Yeah, I'm excited. Are you casting tomorrow, Lobo, or are you just watching from afar?
I mean, I'm always somewhere around. So I believe Sano and I are going to be kicking off the broadcast in the early stages and then passing it off as well. But that is going to be it for us. But before we go, we have to give a big thank you to Shivam, who's behind the desk, behind our desk and in our ears. Without him, none of this is possible. Big thank you to all the viewers that were tuning in and supporting your teams and your players. And a big shout out and a big thank you to the players. Because of course, if they don't sign up, we don't have anything to watch. So they put it on the show for us, and it's always a W when we get to watch them pull up and show out and play to their heart's content. And obviously, I got to give a big thank you to Bridget for joining me today for this incredible stream. It's an absolute pleasure to be behind the desk with you once again. But I think that's enough yapping from us. I think it's time to get on out of here. We will see you guys next time. So wherever you are, have an absolutely fantastic morning, evening, or good night. I've been Lobo. That's been Bridget. We'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye.